ask the crowd to keep it down.
There we go. Okay, it is 6 p.m. on November 1st, 2021. I'm going to call this meeting of the Chelmsford Select Board to order. Would you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, first up, we have our public service announcements. Linda Prescott is here for the Chelmsford Historical Commission.
Yes, for the Chelmsford Historical. This is an update on Meet Your Ancestors. You know, there's a saying about the best-made plans of mice and historical commissions. And Saturday, we were not only rained out, but a big tree fell in the cemetery, right on all those stones. So the tree's gone. Hopefully it won't rain Saturday. So we are now offering the tour, the walk, Meet Your Ancestors. Same time, same place, same reservations. And I'm still booking people. It's almost full, which is really good to hear. Yeah.
No pressure, no pressure.
No.
So everybody that registered for last week is still registered, is that
Yeah,
correct?
they have the same. We're just going to move them up. Nobody's got to cancel. So they were very excited, you know, so that's what we are doing, and we certainly invite you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Linda. Next up, we have our Veterans Day proclamation, and Regina Jackson is here to receive it.
Hi, good evening. I just want everybody to know that this year we're going back live for Veterans Day, and everybody is welcome. It's on Thursday, November 11th at 11 a.m. at Veterans Park, Veterans Memorial Park, which is beside McCarthy Middle School. It's rain or shine. Everybody's welcome. 11/11 at 11.
That's easy.
Easy to remember.
All right, so we have a proclamation for you. So the Town of Chelmsford proclamation for Veterans Day, Thursday, November 11th, 2021, whereas November 11th was the day on which the armistice ending World War I was signed, and whereas this day has been set aside to commemorate the men and women of the United States who have honorably served our nation in the armed forces, and whereas on Veterans Day 2021 we offer all of our support to those veterans who suffer illnesses and disabilities resulting from their service, and whereas there are approximately 3,000 veterans living in the town of Chelmsford. Now, therefore, we, the Chelmsford Select Board, do hereby recognize Thursday, November 11th, 2021 as Veterans Day, and on this day urge the residents of Chelmsford to remember the personal contributions of all veterans in their community and the nation, and to demonstrate their respect and gratitude in appropriate ways. Signed this first day of November 2021 by the Town Clerk, Pat Georges, and the Select Board.
Thank you. It's rain or shine, so.
Thank you, Regina. Okay, next up, we have the Fire Station Study Committee.
So this is an announcement. The Select Board is seeking a Chelmsford resident to serve on a 7-member fire station study committee. The seven-person ad hoc advisory committee will review reports pertaining to fire department call volume, station conditions, staffing levels, and apparatus needs. The committee will conduct further investigation and offer its recommendations by June 30th, 2022. The remaining members of the committee will be the chief of the fire department, the town manager, select board member, 2 firefighter union members, and a Chelmsford resident appointed by the firefighters union. If you're interested in filling this seat, please submit an online application or a letter of interest on the select board's office by Tuesday, November 9th.
Okay. Next up, we have the tax classification hearing.
This is a public notice to the town of Chelmsford. The select board will hold a public hearing to consider whether or not the town should adopt a classification system for the assessment of property in regard to the collection of real estate taxes. This hearing will be held on Monday, November 15th, 2021 at 6 p.m. here in room 204 at the town offices, 50 Billerica Road. The public may attend in person or virtually. Virtual attendance information will be included on the posted meeting agenda found at www.chelmsfordma.gov.
Okay. Next up, we have the flu clinic.
So Chelmsford is having a flu vaccination clinic. Get your flu shots, November 18th, 2021, from 4 to 7 p.m., ages 19 years or older at the Chelmsford Senior Center. You can register, or registration is recommended. You can follow the link at chelmsfordma.gov to register. Masks are required. Again, it's only open to children, to adults 19 years and older. High-dose formula will be available for those 65 and older. Bring your insurance card, and remember to wear a short-sleeve shirt.
Okay, and we have Joe Tierney here from the Vinyl Square Strategic Action Plan Committee.
It's always a mouthful. Thank you, Virginia. Joe Tierney, 3 Grant Street. Thank you for having me. And I first want to thank everyone here. We had a survey over the summer. We had 150 people around town, whether businesses or, residents that took the survey. And the results are all coming into this meeting that we're having on November 18th. It's a concept plan. On July 15th, we actually had an overview of what the summary was, and NEMCOG, who we're doing this meeting with and working with NEMCOG, going into Mass DOT to be able to present the plan on what the residents want to see with transportation infrastructure changes. It's all part of this process, and I want to thank everybody for helping us do that, because it's great representation. Now, on the 18th, we will be having this actual concept delivered to the public, and it's going to be the presentation and an input session. So we're really excited about it. We saw the preliminary draw-ups, and they're tweaking it now, ready for the presentation on the 18th. And we invite everybody. It's going to be a hybrid meeting in this room and also on a Zoom call. So we appreciate all your participation on that, or any upcoming committee involvement that we have going on. And that's the only other thing we're going to cover on that day. We got a lot of other things coming up. Concept plan to finalize this going forward. The wayfinding signs that also is to beautify and steer the traffic around town, or on that end of town, and all the other things we have going on. The holiday tree lighting coming up. We have Varney Playground is going in. So we have a lot of exciting things, and looking forward to doing more starting the 18th. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe.
I appreciate it.
Okay, and we have Deb Ciarani here from the Chelmsford Senior Center. Are you going to read this?
I
And
can.
present it? Oh, we have more?
Good evening.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Harry Gong. I'm the, what's called a district coordinator for the AARP tax aid program. I'm responsible for tax preparation sites in 6 communities, including Chelmsford. And we're here to present recognition to the Chelmsford Senior Center for working with us over the last 20 years, helping low and moderate income individuals get their tax returns done. And we've done that for close to 20 years at the Chelmsford Senior Center. And in the package that was sent out, there's a letter that's signed by our management, above myself at the regional level, and also at the a director of the program on the East Coast of the United States. So you can see what we do and what support we get from the Senior Center. They provide transportation for taxpayers to come and have their returns done if they can't drive. They provide space for us to do the returns. They do all the appointments. They make the appointments with seniors, and we only do returns by appointment. So what we accomplish at the Senior Center with the Senior Center's help is, before COVID-19, we did between 325 and 350 returns. And we save each person about $100 if they had to go and get it prepared outside. And each return that we do, typically between federal and state, there's about $1,000 of refund. So that's quite a significant benefit from a dollar viewpoint for the people we serve. And we do that jointly with the senior center, and they provide all the support that we need. So we, in addition to the letter was sent to everybody, we also are presenting a certificate that's signed by the National Director of the Countrywide Tax Aid Program. And in addition to the presentation to the Senior Center, we're also making individual presentations and recognizing Deb's support as the director of the Senior Center, her associate, Natalie DeSalt, and then the person who actually brings seniors to the Senior Center and takes them back, Janet McPherson, is the transportation coordinator. So each of them will get a letter thanking them for their support and also an award. The last thing, I'd like to thank the town management for supporting the program. They supply the space for us to do our training for new volunteers, and as a matter of fact, we're going to do that next month, next door here. And also they provide a network, a wireless network that's encrypted and protected for both the senior center and the library, where we do returns also. And then finally, they support our use of the training facility at the police station. We haven't done that in a couple of years because of COVID, but we bring 40 or 50 people together to do January training, and the town supports us on all of that. So we thank you for that also.
Thank you very much.
I want to quickly say thank you very much to Harry, and also to all the volunteers who come in from AARP, and especially in this past year. And Janet and Natalie worked really hard to make sure that they were coordinated and that they were bringing people in safely. And so thank you so much.
And I know that your partnership with the town has really had a big impact on our senior community. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have the public input segment of our agenda. If you are here for either the cable television license or the aggregate public hearings, you can wait until we get to that segment of the agenda. Is there anyone who would like to speak on anything else? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone in the Zoom room or the room, so we'll move on to committee vacancies. Ken?
So for November 1st, 2021, the following committee vacancies are available. The Art and Technology Education Fund is looking for one 3-year term. The Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee has one unexpired 3-year term and one 3-year term. The CCA Advisory Committee is looking to fill 2 seats to 1-year terms. The Center Village Master Implementation Committee is looking to fill one 1-year term. Commissions on Disabilities has one unexpired 3-year term available. Community Action Program has 2 1-year terms. Council on Aging has one unexpired 3-year term, one 3-year term, and 5 associate member positions available. Cultural Council has 2 3-year terms available. The Fire Station Study Committee is trying to fill 1 seat to a 1-year term. Holiday Decorating Committee, one 1-year term. Parade Committee accepts all applicants. Everybody's welcome to a 1-year term. That term ends July 31st each year. Public Celebrations Committee is 5 1-year term. Recycling Committee has 2 1-year terms, and the Tree Committee has 1 unexpired 3-year term and 1 3-year term. If you're interested in serving on any town boards or committees, please complete an online application available on the town website. Or for more information, you can contact the town manager's office here, 50 Billerica Road, Chelmsford, Mass. The email is tmoffice@chelmsfordma.gov, and the phone number is 978-250-5202. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. And we're continuing trying to showcase some of our boards and committees in town. So do we have a representative tonight from the CCA Advisory Committee?
Good evening, that's me, I'm on Zoom.
Hi, Sean, welcome.
Thank
If you could just give your name for the record, please. And
Sure. Good evening, my name is Sean Carnathan. I am the chair of the CCA Advisory Board. That's the advisory board for the Chelmsford Center for the Arts. The CCA's mission is to bring visual and performing arts to Chelmsford and surrounding towns, providing a venue for active engagement as a participant or audience member. The board really exists at a strategic level to help fulfill the mission of the organization. We meet monthly with the executive director, talk about strategies to develop revenues for the organization. Different folks on the board, I think, add different types of expertise to the mix, if you will, and we act as, I guess, ambassadors for the CCA in the community. The biggest part of being on the board is we do meet pretty much every month. It's usually the second Wednesday of the month at 8:30, and the meetings last about 90 minutes. And otherwise, we try to support the executive director and give some meaningful input and help with fundraising and whatnot. Nice group, nice gig. We'd be happy to have a couple of folks join us.
thank you, Sean. Okay, next up we have, for highlights, the Center Village Master Plan Implementation Committee.
Mike Rigney's on.
Yeah, Mike Rigney is here for that.
Yep. Mike Rigney, 19 Billerica Road. I am the chair of the Center Village Master Plan Implementation Committee. We meet monthly to discuss and kind of review a variety of issues that are related to the center of the town. The committee was established, as the title suggests, to implement the master plan for the Center Village itself. That master plan includes a vision for the center with goals and recommendations addressing a wide variety of things, including land use, downtown character, historic and cultural resources, open space and recreation, housing, economic development.
Mike, you're cutting up a little bit again. I don't know if you want to.
Is that any better?
Maybe he turns off his video.
I think it.
Yeah, okay. Look, this is a better look for me anyway. Oh, you heard that, okay. The center itself is important to everybody in Chelmsford, and the town has dedicated significant resources already to support and develop the center, including things like wayfinding signage and the Center for the Arts itself. The real challenge is in identifying opportunities for investments by the town that can enhance the center in a way that benefits as many people as possible. And so our central role is to work with all the stakeholders and trying to find win-win solutions for residents and local businesses. So if people have an interest in it, typically we meet once a month, second Thursday of the month, and meetings again are usually something like 90 minutes long, and we'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Okay. So next we'll move on to public hearings. The first public hearing that we have is for our cable television license renewals, and I have a statement I'll read to open that hearing. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you're going to introduce Bill after?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
The Commonwealth of Massachusetts Town of Chelmsford public hearing on cable television license renewal, November 1st, 2021. Good evening. Welcome to the Town of Chelmsford public hearing on the town's Comcast and Verizon cable license renewals. This hearing is part of the cable license renewal process to ascertain the community's cable-related needs. Notice of this hearing was in the local newspaper 2 successive weeks
and notice is on the town website. Copies of the legal advertisements are here entered into the hearing record as ascertainment hearing exhibits 1 and 2. By way of background for the public, Chelmsford's Comcast cable license expires on March 31st, 2024, and Chelmsford's Verizon cable license expires on October 31, 2024. Federal and state law require the holding of public ascertainment proceedings, including this hearing. We will receive comments and testimony from the public and interested persons about what cable-related needs and interests are important to the public, and about how the town's cable operators have performed under their existing licenses. Before proceeding to public comment, I would like to thank the members of the public, Chelmsford Telemedia, the nonprofit community TV studio, and Comcast and Verizon for their participation and assistance in the ongoing license renewal proceedings. In this proceeding, we are open to accepting comments, including but not limited to customer service, license administration, the town's needs regarding the local studio, community programming, and public, educational, and governmental access, and maintaining support for the town's video origination capabilities. Please keep your comments no longer than 3 minutes. Note that this process of ascertainment of cable needs and interests will remain open until further notice, so that even after tonight's hearing, the public will have further opportunity to submit written comments into the license renewal record for consideration by the town in its licensing process. We will proceed with going right to the public comment process, starting with those who have submitted written testimony, and then leaving time to hear from any other persons who want to speak. Thank you. Paul, do you want to introduce this a little bit?
Yes, Madam Chair, Paul Cohen, Town Manager. One thing I will note is there is a stenographer hired by one of the, behalf of one of the cable license providers who is on the Zoom call recording the meeting. So we ask that people, when they speak, introduce themselves for the record. And I'll also note that William August, the town's cable counsel, is on the Zoom call as well this evening, is available as a resource for the board and for the community. Good evening,
And
Bill.
do we have anyone here from Verizon or Comcast?
I believe I see Greg Franks. I don't know.
Okay.
Bill, do you recognize anyone else from any of the cable providers in attendance? That's great.
Hi, good evening. I'm Greg Franks from Comcast.
Okay.
And Bill, you'd have to unmute yourself if you want us to hear you.
Okay, and I don't have any written submissions. There are none?
No.
As far as I know? Okay. So,
Bill August here. Sorry,
okay,
thank you.
thank you. So if you would like to speak and you're in this room, I need you to come to the podium and clearly state your name and address for the record. If you are in the Zoom room and would like to speak, I ask that you turn on your video and or use the raised hand function so I can acknowledge you. Okay? So is there anyone from this room who would like to speak? We'll start there.
Hello. My name's Pete Padula. I live at 200 Market Street in Lowell, and I am the director of Chelmsford Telemedia. Most of you know me, but for those of you who don't, that's who I am. I'm not going to take up too much of your time. The letter of introduction there was perfect. I'll also let you know that we were here, Pat, I think you were here in 2015 when we did this, and we put on a much bigger presentation in terms of our 10-year plan and capital and operating. We're not doing that tonight. That'll be part of the process going forward. We didn't want to take up all your time, but just suffice to say, I'm a little bit biased, but I believe that Chelmsford Telemedia serves the town in a variety of ways, some of which you are very familiar with, for example, this meeting that's happening right now, and in terms of the ways that we can help as things change, as we learned last year, bringing Zoom into our meetings or other types of technologies, helping people like Joe Tierney, who was here earlier, have a meeting so that they can bring people together, both in person and hybrid. The needs over time have been growing, I think, as you know. We have probably 50% more government meetings that we cover, we either record or broadcast than we did 8 years ago, last time we went through this process. The needs of the school system in terms of sports, concerts, other events, other types of presentations. Video is the way we communicate now, and it doesn't seem to be that that's going to change, become less over time. So as you listen to some of the, and I know people are here are going to let you know how they feel and the needs that they help fulfill. We don't see it becoming less as the years go on. So we're going to look forward to working with our providers, Comcast and Verizon, to negotiate a good situation, and hopefully we can continue to serve the town well in the years to come. So that's my unbiased opinion. So thanks.
Thank you, Pete.
Good evening, Bob Pariseau, 1 Dornot Circle, North Chelmsford. And I am a longtime volunteer at CTM, and I'm going to add my perspective from the senior citizen set, if you will. This meeting is being broadcast as we speak. CTM provides a very valuable service for people who want to attend meetings, want to be active in the town, but for whatever reason can't make every meeting. But they can see and they can participate in meetings thanks to CTM. Town meetings, school board meetings, select boards, and almost every other committee that's in town has access for the community. Schools, fine arts productions are broadcast. Sports, student productions, students are encouraged to create their own programming. We have TV studio at the high school as well. And one organization that I represent is the Chelmsford High School Alumni Association. And we have done content. I have two shows that I'm involved in. One is called Where Are They Now? And it highlights alumni from all walks of life. We interview them along with my partner, Heather Lindstead, and bring people up to date on where alums are, what they're doing, what their families have been doing, what Chelmsford High School meant to them. We're also involved in a new show called Chelmsford Tonight, which is going to highlight various aspects and people in the community. Very exciting show. It debuts in November, so watch that on your local listings, please. But we now have 36 citizen productions listed on the CTM website. So my completely unbiased opinion, Chelmsford Telemedia is a very, very, very valuable asset for this town. And the town uses CTM very well, and it's a very valuable resource. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. We are the CHS TV producers for the TV Club at Chelmsford High School. I'm Elizabeth Silva, so my address is 19 Parkhurst Road, Chelmsford, MA.
And I'm Sarah Evans. I live at 49 Manning Road.
And with us today, we have some representatives from our board and general membership here. Our vision for the club is to help our members become rising leaders, working as a team to produce and promote content that showcases all aspects of CHS. We are proud to be a student-led club. Our board consists of 6 exceptionally talented and dedicated departments: live events, news, arts, sports, graphics, and media. But we started at a very different point. Over the past few years, the size of our club has more than doubled. We now have 30+ members. We started solely as a live events department, and now we have 6.
We have taken on so many projects to help both the school and the community, only possible with Chelmsford Telemedia's support. Last year, we filmed a total of 135 live events, most of which required the use of CTM's production truck and other video equipment. Because of COVID, most sport games didn't allow any spectators, and for many families, our productions were the only way they could see their children play. One message we got was that from families was they were very grateful they didn't have to miss their kids' senior night because of the service we provided. We also produce 3 to 4 newscasts a year, which showcase all aspects of CHS, including academics, sports, arts, various other clubs and organizations, and student life. Another project we've taken on this year is doing a creative TV show through our arts department, which allows CHS students to express their creativity through writing, acting, filming and editing video and projects the entire community can enjoy. We could not have done any of this without the help and support of Chelmsford Telemedia. Elizabeth and I got involved in this club because as middle schoolers, and we're high school seniors now for reference, they gave us some of the training and backgrounds that we needed to pique our interest in video production. Elizabeth originally started as a reporter there in the 7th grade and continues to grow her on-camera talent as a field reporter for football and head of the reporting team. When I expressed interest in learning how to edit, Pete Padula personally taught me both how to use the software and how to craft a story in video format. If he had not done this, we would not be speaking here to you today. They have supported us so much over our years at Chelmsford High, and we will be forever grateful. We hope that you consider this when making your final decision, and we appreciate you taking the time to listen to our perspective on this matter. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
My name is Maria Santos, and I live at 19 Parkhurst Road, but I'm also a town rep and a member of school committee, and they're making me so proud to be a member of school committee, so I feel a little emotional and so happy here today. I think there's something about CTM that's really kind of amazing because it brings us all together as a town. We're growing, we're getting bigger. We have more precincts now, we have more people in our town. And we're also becoming quite more diverse as a group and as a population. And I think when you have a place like CTM that comes here, just films, produces, and publishes just the content, people can make their own minds and make their own decisions. It's the best way to keep everybody informed about what's going on in the town and bring everybody together because we can all make our own decisions about what we hear and what we say. It promotes democracy in so many ways. And it helps various facets of our community keep in touch with each other, not only in our diversity, but also in our generational diversity, I guess, because it allows the older folks who may be the seniors, the wonderful folks in our town who used to go to an event, now can't, but will watch it from their living room, always. It allows the young student to listen to the older generation, give their input and give their wisdom. And I think that that's extremely important to bring us all together. I want the cable networks to realize that I bought cable and subscribed to cable after years of being on satellite because I wanted the ability to watch the productions from Chelmsford High School and from Chelmsford Cable, Chelmsford TV. It was that important to me and to my family, and I know it's very important to many people in our town. I would say to you that Pete Padula, Tom Peterson at the high school, they do a tremendous job in everything that they do, and they always make themselves available to any one of us when we need it. I especially really appreciated what happened with school committee this past year. Through COVID, it was very crucial that we get out the information to the town that we did. And it was definitely all done through the fact that our school committee meetings were being taped, either by Zoom or live. And it couldn't have happened without the participation of this incredible team. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
Good evening. I'll be brief. Jay Lang, the Superintendent of Schools. I'd be remiss if I didn't just follow up and give my support for Chelmsford Telemedia. They do an incredible job supporting and documenting the different work that takes place in our schools. It was great to see our students here today as well, talking a little bit about it. But Pete and Tom in particular just spend an inordinate amount of time producing some of the most high-quality production material for our school department, whether it's elementary school, middle, or high school, right down the road. If you need them, you call them, and they're there for us. And it really is a way for us to share and document what's happening in the school community with the greater town. So I think it's an incredible resource. I consider them a true partner in educating the students of Chelmsford, and I full-heartedly support them in this next round of negotiations. So I just wanted to go on record with that. Thank you for having me.
Hello, my name's Kathleen Murphy. I live at 12 Newtown Way. I'm a Chelmsford resident. And a couple of years ago, I approached Chelmsford Telemedia to ask them if they would help me with a project. And I'm a small-owned business, woman-run. And I asked Pete Padula if he could help me with setting up a podcast. And he said, well, we can do something better than that. We're really set up to produce TV shows. How about if we turn your podcast into a TV show? Well, that was a little intimidating to hear that, but I said, all right, I'm game for that. What do I do? So Pete has guided me through the process of presenting my content to a much wider audience, not only just both in Chelmsford, but my audience in the material that I am focused on, which is based on motivation and leadership and working with teams and how people can work better together, is also broadcast far outside of Chelmsford. So I feel that the support that I get from this group is incredibly invaluable. Whenever I need something in terms of an idea, or if I need additional technical support relating to something that I'm doing, Pete Padula and his team have been there well beyond the imagination that I had in terms of the capabilities that they could offer. And his work is just at a much higher level than I could have ever have produced what I had, expectations for doing. And the production of his work is consistently excellent. And I could not afford to do this without their support. And not only is their work consistently excellent, they're an absolute pleasure to work with, and I can't imagine not having this service be available because of the impact that it has. So I want to put in my 2 cents for promoting the CTM as a service that should continue on. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Fitzhanso. I live at 15 Samuel Road in Chelmsford, Massachusetts, and I'm the head of Reader Services at the Chelmsford Library and responsible for much of the library's public programming. So I'm here to talk to you tonight from the library's perspective and what CTM does for us. Through our various partnerships with Chelmsford Telemedia, we have benefited greatly from the studio's creativity and ability to promote our activities to our patrons. With them, we've been able to produce new content showcasing our passion as readers and creators, including our new show Bookmarked and Storytime TV, filmed live in Chelmsford Telemedia's studio space. With CTM's help and the help of their many volunteers, we are able to record and deliver many other youth and adult programs to members of our community that may be unable to come to library programs in person, increasing accessibility to our programs and the value of our efforts. During the recent pandemic, CTM connected us with the virtual tools we needed to connect to as many people as possible to deliver our quality information and educational content, even when none of us could leave our homes.
CTM was integral to the recent initiative to promote health information to senior communities by broadcasting our expert speakers. And now they are helping us to discover new ways through their expertise to create hybrid environment for our programming, so we will never fear being separated from the community we serve. I look forward to many years of partnerships with Chelmsford Telemedia. They are essential to our mission as a library of information delivery and service to the public good. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the Zoom room who would like to speak? Okay, I don't see anyone. Anyone else in this room? Go ahead, Bill August.
Hi, thank you very much. Just a small procedural item. With the stenographer being present, I would just ask that if we forward copies of the legal advertisement to the stenographer, as is customary when requested, we would like to have the legal ads attached at the end of the transcript, just because they're exhibits. That's all.
As a procedural note, do we close this public hearing, or is it left open?
How do you want to go from here, Bill?
Okay, we close the hearing, but the board can leave the record open till a date certain, a week or two, for any written comments. And then, even though this hearing is closed, we are reserving, unless the board objects, as is customary, the right to have additional hearings if needed. And I also like to clarify that while the hearing closes, because hearings have to close by a date certain, the ascertainment record remains open. As mentioned in the opening statement, the ascertainment record remains open. But that's, I should clarify that the hearing closes, but the ascertainment record remains open because the Cable Act contemplates ascertainment as being beyond a single hearing. Ascertainment is a several month long, sometimes longer process of doing our homework. That's all it is. It may sound legalistic, but we're just doing our homework to identify needs. And so it's a very simple concept, and that ascertainment process goes on. So the public should know that even after the hearing closes, they can submit additional information, data, letters, whatever, into the ascertainment record through Peter Cohn, the manager, to whom I want to thank for being so organized about this. It was really remarkable. One of the most organized, by having everything done in advance. Thank you.
So we'll close this public hearing and maybe periodically remind the public that their ascertainment period is still open.
Yes.
If they want to provide written input.
Right, and then how this process will go, as noted earlier, the licenses expire in roughly 3 years. We will be proceeding as sort of a dual track with the licensees. The license in terms of an informal process and a formal process, and much like what's happened in the renewal that we did with Comcast last time around. And again, as was noted earlier, when we also did a licensing of Verizon. This is the first renewal for Verizon, so we will continue that process and keep the board updated as we move through this in the months ahead.
Right. Well, one procedural footnote on that, and thank you for that. The Cable Act, this is an early stage ascertainment, and it's not because we're anxious to do more work. It's the Cable Act specifies that the town franchising authority is to hold a public ascertainment proceeding within 6 months of receiving the cable company's commencement of the renewal process. So we received the commencement letter because the company, under federal law, has to send out the commencement letter between 30 and 36 months prior to expiration. So we're just following the federal timetables. And also we know from experience that it does take a good 12 to 18 months to slog through a 70-page, the verbiage of a cable license, to do it in a, in a relaxed way and not be rushed. So just on the document, you can go back and forth through the company's different people and whatnot for a while. And then before the expiration, there's another deadline. If the town wants to switch into the RFP part of the formal process, the state says you should do that 5 months before the expiration. So that chops off about half a year from that. And then you have, so it ends up, it always takes more time than you expect. So that's why I'm so grateful to this town for following the timetable in the Cable Act. That's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we can expect to vote on this when, 3 years from now? or-
Probably, yeah.
Okay. All right.
And in the meantime, if there are no more public comments, I'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next agenda item is the public hearing for the aggregate industry storage license. We are still awaiting some members from the Board of Health to arrive following their meeting, so if no one objects, I'd like to take that out of order, take some things out of order until the Board of Health arrives. All right, you want to start with town manager reports,
Sure.
Paul?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. As a follow-up to the discussion we had at the last meeting, I've sent notice out to the community about the American Rescue Act plan funding opportunity or availability in the community. As the board's aware and people who've been following the process aware, the town is scheduled to receive approximately $10.6 million in coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds through the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. There are eligible uses as defined by the Massachusetts Treasury Department, and I provided detail of the example that was put out last month by the Massachusetts Department of Revenue regarding the eligibility categories. In summary, they are to respond to the COVID-19 public health emergency or its negative economic impacts. The second is to respond to workers performing essential work during the COVID-19 public health emergency by providing premium pay to such eligible workers. The third is for the provision of governmental services, the extent the reduction in revenue by the COVID-19 public health emergency. And then the fourth is to make necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. And I also noted that the Select Board review proposals for the use of ARPA recovery funds on a rolling basis beginning next month in December. And so what I envision is that at your first meeting in December, I will come in with the information that's been garnered at that point in time, and I imagine and as well as the commitments that have been made thus far. I imagine as what you're sort of seeing at the legislative level is that there may be initial funding commitments and reserves and so forth moving forward. But I just wanted to again reiterate that the process is moving forward. And what I've done in order to not make it an overwhelming task is that if people are interested in submitting proposals, and I've reached out to the age-friendly community, I've reached out to the water districts, the housing authority, department heads, and so forth, is if they have an interest is to submit proposals to my office, and that we'll basically help them to develop those proposals in terms of how do they fit under the eligibility for ARPA, as well as the details and hopefully more information that would enable the Select Board, who has authority over those funds, to determine whether and how those funds should be allocated. So I wanted to again just touch base with you back on that. Second, related to that is that, as I mentioned about a moment ago in my comments, the state legislature is now moving on the state's American Rescue Plan Act funding bill. Last Thursday and Friday, the Massachusetts House of Representatives debated and passed House Bill 4219, which provided $3.82 billion in funding for the COVID-19 recovery. The process moved rather quickly. Middle of last week, it was published on that there were 1,131 amendments that were filed and found to enact what had been the initial proposal, which was to provide $500 million for the unemployment trust fund and so forth. Although I was not personally contacted by any of our 4 representatives in the Massachusetts House of Representatives that represent Chelmsford, I quickly scrolled through the list as quick as I could in terms of the fact that, again, that there were over 1,100 amendments, and they're listed 25 per page, but I was able to do searches and so forth. And what I was able to do, and I provided to you this evening, is while going through that search, I reached out to Representative Tom Golden. He had submitted an amendment on behalf of the town of Chelmsford, our local earmark, because it was not only the COVID monies that they were producing for the federal government, but they were also utilizing some of the state surplus that had closed out the last fiscal year. And so in that, Representative Golden had submitted an amendment provided that not less than $100,000 be expended for parks in Chelmsford. By the end of the legislative action on Friday evening, the number had been increased to $200 million. But
200,000.
200,000, I'm sorry, 200,000. I wish it had been 200 million, 200,000. But and then so what I provided for you, and it's available in the packet, but I'll just sort of go over this evening. This is, as I mentioned, is a broad-reaching funding opportunity and rather historic. And I'll just give you an example of what our delegation submitted for earmarks. So, for example, Representative Arcero submitted Amendment 1008 that provided not less than $350,000 to be expended by the town of Westford for the purchase of personal protection equipment, cleaning and disinfecting supplies, air filters, and other costs associated with the prevention of the spread of COVID-19 in the town of Westford. That was approved in the final House bill. Another amendment that he offered was $100,000 be expended by the town of Westford for the hiring of additional nursing and part-time staff, for increased contact tracing and other costs related to the town of Westford Health Department. There was an amendment that he also sponsored, amendment number 1012, which was to provide not less than $300,000 be expended by the town of Littleton for construction and upgrades to the town's sewer infrastructure. That was approved at $250,000. And then he also submitted his final one was Amendment 1097 that provided not less than $300,000 be expended by the town of Westford to maintain fire department staffing at 10 per shift. Representative Golden, in addition to the Chelmsford earmark, he also submitted Amendment 452 that provided not less than $1 million to be expended from Mass Audubon to jointly acquire and conserve the Lowell Parks and Conservation Trust land at 1413 to 1415 Varney Avenue in the town of Lowell. He also submitted Amendment 579 that provided that no less than $500,000 be expended for parks in Centralville and Pawtucketville and Lowell. And he also submitted Amendment 590, the Centralville Walkway provided, and also the Lowell and Centralville one. At the end of the bill, it came out $1 million was provided for parks in Lowell in the House version. He also submitted Amendment 590 for the Centralville Walkway. No less than $500,000 be expended through the CBA. As fiscal agent, Lowell Little Crew will utilize these funds for the development of the Centralville Riverwalk and 110 corridor between the Cox Bridge and the University Avenue Bridge, including the creation of parking areas and pathways with accessibility to the area and ease of use in mind, as well as removal of invasive plant species and restoration of native landscape. And I did look, Representative Gouvet had no local earmarks that I could see. She intended to do hers, as well as some of the other members, on broad initiatives at the state level. You're talking the tens of millions of dollars for different opportunities, such as housing, homelessness, and so forth. But Vanna Howard, who represents the one precinct in East Chelmsford, she had submitted a series of amendments. For example, amendment number 28 provided that not less than $150,000 be expended to the city of Lowell to support the development of housing opportunities for individuals experiencing homelessness. She also submitted Amendment 29 that not less than $300,000 be expended for river and sewer infrastructure in the Merrimack River and other state rivers in the Commonwealth. She also submitted Amendment 1057 for ADA improvements at Lowell City Parks. Not less than $500,000 be expended to improve ADA compliant restrooms in the field house at Lowell, at Cawley Memorial Stadium in the city of Lowell, and not less than $2 million be provided to improve ADA compliant restrooms and ramp infrastructures at Shed Park Pavilion in the city of Lowell, and not less than $500,000 be expended for equipment enhancement at Olivera Park. My guess is all those items, along with Representative Golden, was what resulted in that $1 million earmark for parks in Lowell. And then, interestingly enough, Representative Howard, who at this point in time doesn't represent Tewksbury, co-sponsored amendments for Tewksbury as part of, I think, the re-precincting. She's co-sponsored Amendment 636, along with the representative from Andover, in Tewksbury, to provide not less than $1 million for the town of Tewksbury to provide financial mitigation for outstanding debts pertaining to sewage construction and stormwater mitigation projects. Also, with the same representatives, she co-sponsored Amendment 665, not less than $500,000 to be expended by the town of Tewksbury to provide financial reimbursement for increased state-mandated climate change mitigation construction costs during their federally required Shawshene FEMA evacuation route upgrade. It goes on, Amendment 883, Tewksbury Wilmington Chamber of Commerce Small Business Assistance, not less than $100,000 be expended by Wilmington Tewksbury Chamber of Commerce for small business assistance, development, and promotion to facilitate recovery from COVID-19. 923, Andover Street sidewalk, not less than $570,000 for the town of Tewksbury on sidewalk projects to improve community access and safety on Fifth Street and Andover Street. And finally, Amendment 929, Tewksbury water pipe replacement. Again, the co-sponsored with the Andover and Tewksbury rep. Not less than $3.6 million to be expended for the town of Tewksbury for projects to upgrade water pipes at William Drive, Cardigan Road, County Road, and Northgate Road. Why I point this out is this process is not over, and my suggestion to the board is what's done is done, but where this goes now is the COVID recovery bill now goes over to the Senate. It was announced earlier this week that the Senate, much like the House, is going to release its version of the COVID-19 recovery bill, and then they'll accept amendments and begin debate and next week. And their goal and hope is to have legislation done by Thanksgiving, because they go on a 7-week recess the week before Thanksgiving. My suggestion to the board is twofold. One, which is noted here, is that I believe that the town should request that Senator Barrett, who represents Chelmsford, include funding for PFAS remediation for the North Chelmsford Water District. As we know, the Water District has incurred costs as a result of PFAS and their water supply. And I also think that there also should be funding for the town of Chelmsford for our costs related to the PFAS. And if you look through the 1,000 or so amendments, you can see PFAS is a funded area under these earmarks. Where that would go after the Senate acts is it then would go to a conference committee to resolve differences in the two bills and go back to each branch for final enactment, then to the governor. Then the governor can either sign, veto, or veto in portion, and then ultimately get done. Most likely, this isn't going to be done and finalized until after the holidays, just because of the amount of work that's involved. But who knows? They may want to push it out. But again, we are very time sensitive in terms of Senator Barrett. In terms of dollar amounts, I mean, we've seen letters, and you've seen letters from the Water District that they believe they're going to expend $350,000 as a result of PFAS. So I would seek the board's authorization, or if the board wants to make it directly through the chair, to Senator Barrett that we request $350,000 for the North Chelmsford Water District. And I also think we should seek an equivalent amount for the town of Chelmsford, because even though we've gone to town meeting and incurred town's funding, we know this is not the end of the process because of the unknowns that are ahead of us. And then finally, I'll point out to the board that, as I mentioned earlier, they did not earmark all the funding. In speaking to Representative Arciero this afternoon and speaking to Representative Golden the end of last week, there is going to be another bill coming out, particularly an infrastructure-related bill. And I just want to point out to the board that the best thing that we can do is to have our list ready so that when we get wind or perhaps directly contacted by our delegation of the funding opportunities that will be coming up probably in early next year, that we're ready with a list. Because if you don't have a list and you don't submit, you don't get. And again, as we know, we're knee-deep into redistricting process right now, and this just shows the importance of working with our delegation. And again, what's an historic and unique time in terms of the funding that's out there. And as you know, there's still uncertainty what's going to happen at the federal level with infrastructure. If you saw the missive that came out today from the Mass Municipal Association, they did not see any Chapter 90 road funding in the legislative acts. Again, I anticipate that'll probably come after the first of the year. And again, I think we can support that when that comes, because we all know the concerns about road and bridge infrastructure and sidewalks throughout the Commonwealth. And also, there was no funding in the surplus bill for the Community Preservation Fund, which traditionally had received funding. And so, again, I just want to highlight this to the board, to the community, because the other thing that can help too is if reps reach out and residents reach out to our delegation and basically say, hey, us too, we've got needs, and have that list ready. So that's what I have for you this evening under the State Legislative American Rescue Plan Act funding.
Any comments
bill.
or questions?
Yeah, I have a few. First of all, what would we do with $200,000 for parks? I mean, I guess, it's nice that we get that, but is it?
It would be up for the town to decide. I think it would probably bring it back to this board. I know, and George's aware of this, we've been talking for years about Varney Park, about redoing Varney, reconstructing Varney Field. As we also know, there's still phases left at Roberts Field. Even though we've just done the fields thing, there were some phases left there. But I would think, given the investment, that's my own personal opinion, but it would come to the board, but given the investments that the community has made actively at Roberts Field, including what's going on right there now, I would suggest we go back to Varney. And I know, George, how many years ago was it that we were out there on the field talking about the diamond and the leveling and the field
6,
and
7
work
years
with
ago.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I think that could be something that I would, but again, it would really be,
Need drainage, they need something.
exactly, but the town would have the choice, but
Okay.
they would provide, let's say, 200,000. And basically, we would then, as the community, decide how to do it and then report the funding and spending to the state.
Okay, and I think it's a good idea on the PFAS remediation to add that in. I would also include some funds there for the Center District, though, the Center Water District, because I know we don't hear about it as much because it's just because of the situation, but I know they're also very close to reaching what's considered unacceptable levels of PFAS in some of their water wells, so.
And maybe just check with East Chelmsford while we're at it.
And, if we're looking for other things to put in there, I don't remember how many years ago it was, maybe George, you might remember this, when we had that bond bill for the Center Village, that $5 million, bond bill, and we've seen, maybe $500,000 of that? And maybe some of those things could be added in here, if we're looking for something just.
Well, or go to the list that we haven't prioritized yet and see what's on there. That's.
Yeah.
So that was going to be my question, is if you think there's an appetite from the senator for more than just PFAS funding, what would the next thing be in line?
Right. And I think some of it could go to for example, we've talked, what came to mind, we've spoken with Chief Spinney about the mental health issues that the police department's experiencing, about having mental health resources available to the police. Those items we're also seeing in some of these other amendments and earmarks, and probably some of the items that we'll see in our own ARPA funding requests. So that could be another list.
If we can get money to fund some of the things that are starting to bubble up in our own ARPA candidates, then that would give us more flexibility on how to spend that $10 million if the state is covering some of it.
Exactly.
Ken, did you have something? Oh, okay. Anybody else?
Would it help if we asked the senator to come here, or maybe somebody?
Do we have time?
Yeah, I don't think we'll have time, because we're not scheduled to meet till the 15th, and my guess is by the 15th, they'll be in conference committee.
Could somebody go to see him? Could we?
Sure, you can reach out, you could call him, call the senator, yeah. Definitely.
You want to help?
I think outreach is always good.
Well, maybe a couple people would go in and, make a list for us and call them up with what our problem is.
So back to Mike, of the other candidates that were on the ARPA funding list, what do you think might be second in line if he has an appetite for something more than PFAS?
I tend to go towards the person's interest. Remember, Senator Barrett is right now heading over to Scotland for the global, warming and the global crisis type of things, and I think therefore he would tend to have, I think, a predisposition for items such as, for infrastructure in terms of, to respond to the concerns that the town has in terms of global warming, and I would think that that could also be an area that we'd look towards in terms of some of the stormwater impacts and,
stormwaters, whatever.
Exactly. I think that would really hit home.
Are you guys okay with that?
Okay, great. Thank you. And then the last item I have, is late Friday afternoon, as we're, heading into the weekend. Email came in from the Massachusetts Alcoholic Beverages Control Commission regarding the 2020 census and updated quotas for retail liquor licenses. As a result of the census counts, they review all of the statutes in terms of the authorizations, in terms of licensing authority of municipalities across the Commonwealth. And obviously, with the increase in population, our licensing opportunities have expanded because of the town's increase in population. Most notably, the big one is off-premises all alcoholic beverage licenses. As the board may be aware, for years, the town has had and has issued 7 all-alcohol off-premises, what we call package store licenses. As a result of the census count, we now eligible for 8 because we crossed over a $5,000 threshold from $35,000 into the $36,000 range. So I just wanted to inform the board and the community formally that the town now has 8 all-alcoholic beverage license authority. 7 obviously are out there in an issue, which basically gives you with 1 available under the quota. We also, our number of wine and malt beverage licenses is increased from 7 to 8, but the town has not issued any of those. But now we have 8 of those. And then also the on-premises, which are the, all alcohol and beer and wine and so forth, under the statute, because of population growth, are allowed licenses for alcoholic beverages for restaurants, as we would call them. Most commonly, it goes from 35 to 39. And then for wine and malt, goes from 7 to 8. And so again, we have available licenses under that. Also, the on-premises one, board members may recall, we have special legislation for the 129 corridor. So we have bottom line is we have licenses available for establishments who wish to either provide on services, and now we even have one for an off-premises all alcoholic beverage license. And then related to that, and I'll sort of close out my report, we also got word today, and I forwarded you, which was a fascinating one from the state, that it appears that our subsidizing housing inventory may not be updated perhaps till a year from now, because of the fact that even though we have the housing census in terms of the number of structures, we do not have the state does not have this detailed census data to distinguish between fully occupied and seasonal occupied units, which I guess gives the town an additional period of reprieve under Chapter 40B, because as of now, we still remain in compliance and probably could be for another year, since we're still using the 2010 housing subsidized housing inventory. So that was an interesting twist that I don't think anybody that I've talked to locally saw coming, because we kept hearing even from the applicants, oh, that list should have been out in October, and here we are in November, where is it? And then that was the word that came today to the Planners Association. And then the last thing I'll note for those watching, and I also sent this to the board, at 4:30 this afternoon, they announced the new congressional districting that was put out by the Massachusetts State Legislature. Chelmsford would remain in the 3rd congressional district, which is the board and the community knows is represented by Congresswoman Laurie Trahan. The district really, it doesn't really modify much. They basically expanded the growth equally amongst the 7.5% growth in the past decade. They expanded equally amongst the 9 congressional districts because we did not have to add or reduce a seat. The most significant change was that the state's majority district, which is represented by Ariana Presley, is now slightly more minority-based. In our district, Precinct 3, the changes that you would note if you look at the map are Tewksbury is now in District 3, most of Tewksbury, and Andover, which was part of District 3, is now out of District 3, and I believe Maynard is now out of District 3 as well. So again, some slight tweaks because they basically had the 9 congressional districts within a person of each other in terms of the 750,000 people. They're all within about one person, not 1%, one person within each other. That's how they divide these things in towns like Tewksbury and a few other communities that got segregated amongst 2 congressional districts. So that's my report for this evening, Madam Chair.
So I'm going to go back to the continued public hearing for the storage license increase for Aggregate Industries on 16 Oak Street. Just for the record, I want to make note of who is here from the town and from Aggregate to participate in that. In addition to the board members at the table and Town Manager Paul Cohen, we have Town Council Paul Haverty here, and from the Health Department and Board of Health, we have Sue Rosa and William Sonosky. Am I missing anyone? No, that's it? Okay, and if you guys want to come up closer, you're welcome to, or...
Madam Chair, do you mind if I move up?
I don't mind at all. No worries. And from Aggregate, who do we have here? Jarrett, you want to introduce?
Certainly. I'm Jarrett Temple. I'm the Regional Environmental and Land Manager for the Northeast Region at Aggregate Industries. With me is Nate Reynolds. He is the Asphalt Operations Manager. And we also have Paul Chamoyan, who is a professional engineer with CEC, and he has assisted with the technical end of this application.
Okay. We had some emails from residents that Paul suggested I read into the record. Does anybody object to that? Okay. So this one is from Jerry Hall on October 25th. Dear Select Persons, thank you for your thorough questioning of the Aggregate Industries representative as to the company's plans for increased materials storage. It takes a good deal to appear before you claiming environmental credentials just months after the Massachusetts Attorney General has fined Aggregate over $1 million for clean air violations. If Aggregate Industries wants an open and fair dialogue about the impact of their business on the town, they could start with a written apology for past bad behavior. Further, since not a penny of the fine went to the people actually harmed by their actions, some form of compensation must be offered to the town. Funding for air quality studies, paving sidewalks, automatic ticketing, speed cameras along truck routes are just some of the possibilities. As part of their upcoming air quality permits, make it a requirement that trucks must turn right and use Route 495 rather than the secondary roads through Chelmsford. If Aggregate Industries really seeks to be a good neighbor, it's time for them to act responsibly. Sincerely, Jerry Hall, 34 Lovett Lane. Please make this email part of the public record. I have an email from John Wosick, dated Friday, October 29th. Good evening. Just a little note of interest to keep in mind before Monday evening's BOS meeting. This is from 2008. It is on the website of techenvironmental.com. It is clear that back in 2008, Aggregate intended to ramp up production at that time. However, they stepped back from their permit request to update their storage capacities due to public feedback. In 2021, they are back before the town asking for the same increase in tank capacities and storage capacities, but telling us they have no intention on increasing production. I don't think I am reading this wrong. On October 19th, 2021, when they said they had no intentions of increasing production. I think it's about time the plant gets smaller, not larger. The BOS and Board of Health have in their powers the ability to limit the size of any, quote, upgrades. Let's seriously consider no increase in tank sizes, no increase in output capabilities, reinstate mandatory right turn only during evening hours, and mandatory air quality testing. If after 5 years of compliance with no more pollution infractions, major complaints from residents, or any other infractions, maybe Aggregate can come back from before the town and ask for an increase in capacities at that time. This is an email from John Wotzik dated Monday, November 1st. This is from 2008. A reminder for all of us, we've been in the same situation before. Aggregate saying they will be a good neighbor, but look at how they went about doing that, polluting our air, being slapped with yet another hefty fine. Back in 2008, the people of this town had their concerns about air quality, and Aggregate chose to do simply whatever they wanted. There are literally hundreds of emails just like this from 2008 and beyond. In 2008, this discussion went on for a couple months, Board of Selectmen meeting after Board of Selectmen meeting. It took a couple meetings to get the word out, but once the residents realized exactly what was on the line, they came out in droves. Thank you, John Wosick, and attached to this is some email traffic around a Boston Globe article entitled Storage Tank Plans Fuel Health Fears, dated September 28th, 2008. There's a email from John Mosick on Monday, November 1st. I have a concern about the possible lack of public notification for Aggregate's request currently before the Board of Selectmen. On a proposal as large as this town altering proposal, why was the Chelmsford Commons Trailer Park and Chelmsford Woods Apartments not included in the public mailing? It looks like smoke and mirrors with the address 16 Oak Street. Aggregate owns and hand-in-hand utilizes for its daily asphalt production the lot across from 16 Oak, which abuts Chelmsford Woods. Aggregate also owns and utilizes property which is directly across the street from Chelmsford Commons. I understand since the application has the address of 16 Oak Street, only abutters of that address number get notified. So what if the tanks are located on 16 Oak Street? 16 Oak can only function as a whole entity asphalt plant when it utilizes the two other pieces of property. I do not have a contact info for town council. It would be very much appreciated if this could be forwarded for review. I already know the legal answer, but notification needs to go out to the people who need that notification the most. I would think that before any further public meeting or discussion occurs, a decent, fair public notification should be provided to the true neighbors and abutters of the asphalt plant in its entirety. Give those people a fighting chance to have a say in this matter. Thank you very much, John Mosick. Okay. Are there any other public comments? This is a continuation of a public hearing. Okay. Yep. Oh, I'm sorry, we have someone.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Nancy Arroway, 65 Littleton Road. I'm here tonight as an affected resident, and I'm here tonight because I'm a Precinct 1 town meeting rep, and one of the constituency asked me to speak on it. For the record, I am not here in a planning board role, but for transparency, I bring my experience from the planning board to this discussion. So the asphalt plant is currently a pre-existing, non-conforming use in a roadside commercial zoning district. It's not an industrial district. Heavy manufacturing in general and asphalt plants specifically are not permitted per our zoning in any of our districts, in zoning districts in town. We simply prohibit them. So this exists because it was there before those prohibitions were put in place, and it's allowed to continue. It's not allowed to be expanded without special permits. So the special permits, in this case, because it's an industrial use, are a planning board function. And in order to get a special permit, it has to be determined that any such expansion reconstruction, extension, alteration, or change shall not be substantially more detrimental than the existing non-conforming structure is in the neighborhood. This application requests an expansion from 53 gallons of liquid asphalt capacity to 80,000 gallons of liquid asphalt capacity, or 51% increase. That's significant expansion. So whether or not the company currently has a sale for more asphalt, in other words, expanding their business and expanding their production, with today's supply chain issues that aren't likely to go away soon, and with the government investment that's coming for infrastructure improvements, it's really good business for these folks to expand their capabilities. That's smart business. Having 50% more production materials on hand when an order comes in allows them to do that expansion. The problem is that our neighborhoods are affected by this. Not just the neighborhoods that are adjacent to the plant, and those neighborhoods have been rapidly expanding with at-risk populations. We've got a whole lot of seniors down there in the trailers. We have a whole lot of kids down there in the new apartments that have been being built in Chelmsford Woods. But that expands the whole way up 110 now. I mean, it's up to Hunt Road and beyond. So this impacts not just the facility there, but the real impacts to the neighborhood are those trucks that are running through our neighborhoods on our state highways. And we have no way as a town to stop them from running on our highways. We don't have jurisdiction on it. The plant itself is under EPA control. I mean, that's why they've got fined. The EPA watches them. The trucks, on the other hand, are open carriers. So while the fumes of this stuff are recaptured at the plant, or at least supposed to be, the fumes off the trucks aren't. And that's what's going through our neighborhoods. These trucks run 24 hours a day. You guys have heard this over and over and over again from the citizens along those routes. They are of a weight class that is abnormal in our neighborhoods. When these trucks hit the manhole covers, it reverberates through our plumbing. So we can't stop the trucks. But you have the opportunity to represent us as citizens, to keep the number of trucks that are going through from expanding. And I really ask you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Good evening. John Wojcik, 80 Littleton Road. Can I be allowed to speak after maybe the Board of Health speaks and there's been some conversation about health concerns, and I'd like to hear what might be said on those lines.
It depends whether the board members want to close the public hearing before then. I'm fine with keeping it open.
I think everybody here knows my feelings on any sort of expansion there.
Okay.
You know, we've been fighting this since, you know, the 90s. And it just gets worse and worse. And once they're granted the ability to be larger, it can never go back from there. We can stop it here, but once it gets bigger, we can never go back, and we'll be stuck with that. So, thank you, and
thank you.
I'll sit tight.
Jarrett, do you want to provide any updates since the last time we met? Before we go into any more board or Board of Health questions?
So, yes. After last meeting, I went back and I made note of all the questions that were asked. And I brought some additional parties with me to help answer those questions more adequately. A lot of questions, all the questions really can be distilled down into two categories. One is safety. There was a question about the safety of the tanks. And the other questions almost all surrounded the impact that additional storage capacity on site for liquid asphalt would have on our production. If it pleases the board, I would like to walk through these questions and answer these first before we hear new ones.
Okay.
Is that all right with you?
Yeah, it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. So the first, and I mean, really the biggest question was, please provide clarity on how storage capacity does not translate to more production. And I think this was John Wojcik's question. He went on to, talk about how he was a general contractor and it didn't make sense to him. It was counterintuitive that this could possibly be that you could increase storage capacity of your main ingredient and not increase your production. So I brought with me our operations manager to, like I said, more adequately answer that question, and I'll turn it over to him to answer that.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Jared. Good evening,
Just
everyone.
a minute. One minute, please.
I don't think it was
Oh, sure.
I don't think it was strictly the audience that said that. I think it was a couple of members of the board that brought that up as well.
Yeah, the board-
Just want to make that.
Did you hear that, Jarrett?
Sure. I mean, there were several questions, and we'll, like I said, this is one of many we're going to answer.
Board Member Dixon is just clarifying that wasn't just a comment, a question made by the public. It was a question that the board asked as well. So go ahead,
Okay.
go ahead and proceed.
Absolutely. That question was asked about 4 different ways in the notes that I took, so we'll address them. I understand and acknowledge that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you again. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Nathan Reynolds. I am the operations manager for Aggregate Industries Asphalt Group in the Northeast region, and oversee the production operations along with the plant manager at the Chelmsford facility. So to answer the question for asphalt cement, we use that obviously as a raw ingredient material. But to increase production, we would have to have modified our main equipment, either how we process and actually make our finished asphalt. So a larger drum or more bins for our aggregates or more silos of that nature. We are not modifying any of that. We have the exact same production capacity. And this is merely, again, to potentially store either different flavors or different types of asphalt, and also just give a little bit more flexibility as far as the amount or frequency of liquid asphalt trucks that come into the facility to meet our demands.
Any questions?
So,
I mean, that's basically what you said last time, right? Jarrett,
Yeah, I mean, it's very similar to
people
what I
had the
said
same
last
question. How does that not translate to more production?
time. He just literally explained it, that if you're not changing the components of the process, like the mechanical part of it, you can have as much storage on space. Like we're not asking to increase bin size, so we have more stone. We're not putting in big components that can manufacture larger amounts of it. I mean, I honestly don't know any other way to explain that.
But Jared, would you
I
have
brought
to?
in an
would you-
operations manager to explain it
Right, but
better
would
than
you,
me.
would you have to come back to us to do that? Or could you get the, the permit for the additional capacity and then alter the plant for more production without coming back to us?
So right now, we have, let me just answer this question this way. We have a pending air permit with the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection to change and upgrade components, not to increase production. So that,
Right, but that permit is up to a certain limit, and you're not even close to that limit yet.
that's correct. I
So
mean,
you
we
could
have- it's
update,
never
you could
happened.
increase your production without having to go for a higher air permit.
Permitted for it already, right?
But we could produce a lot more than we do right now. Absolutely. But we produce what the market demands.
But I think the question is, what additional local permits would be necessary for you to increase your production if you're granted this particular license now? Or would you need any additional local permits?
Or change some of their equipment.
No, we wouldn't. The equipment changes would be done through the state of Massachusetts DEP. Any changes because that's all governed by air permit, right? The amount of particulate matter that can be put out into the atmosphere, right? It's all based around production. So they come up with the allowable limit of particulate matter, and that translates into a certain number of production. That production right now is 900,000 tons a year, or 140,000 tons a month, or 50,000 tons a week, or 12,000 tons in a day. Those are our permit limits.
But if they were to modify the plant, you'd have to pull a building permit, right, with the building commissioner. If you were to go in there, even the upgrade you're contemplating, you have to pull a building permit, correct?
Yeah, that is true.
And then
It'd be a build.
Okay, and then the building commissioner, who's also the zoning enforcement officer, would make a determination as to whether a requested permit would modify the pre-existing non-conforming condition of the plan, right? Isn't that how it would work in practice? That if you pull a building permit saying we want to modify any aspect of the production equipment that's out there, the building commissioner is going to make a determination as to whether that's going to expand a pre-existing non-conforming use.
Correct.
Paul?
That definitely is a determination that should be made
Right.
as part of that process. And presuming that he makes the determination that it will change the nature, then you would have to go to the planning board.
The Board of Appeals or Planning Board?
The bylaw states the Board of Appeals or the planning board, as applicable, may award a special permit to change a nonconforming use in accordance with this section, only if it determines that such change or extension shall not be substantially more detrimental than the existing nonconforming use to the neighborhood.
So they wouldn't have to come back to this board?
Correct.
Because the select board does the fuel storage capacity, which is what's before us tonight.
Right.
But the first step is the building
Get to the mic.
inspector, and then if he, for what you just said, Paul, if he decides it's not, he can sign off on the permit and.
Right, well, that could be appealed. His decision could be appealed, as we know, even if he, if one disagrees with the building.
I think Ken's asking whether it provides the check and balance that
Right.
was at the heart of his initial question.
Yeah, in other words, someone would have to file for a building permit, and then if somebody disagrees with either the building building commissioner's determination, grant or deny, that can be appealed to the, and then it could also eventually get appealed to
That
the
doesn't,
courts.
just
Yeah.
to be clear, though, that doesn't, once they get, if the building commissioner hands out a permit and someone decides to appeal it, they can continue to build until the appeal's heard.
Well, they could do that at risk.
Agreed, but
Anybody
we've seen a lot of projects go up at risk in this town that
Right,
didn't.
but that's the law, that's what the law provides.
Yeah.
On any project, yes.
And so if somebody, first of all, it's not necessarily clear that an appeal would be filed within the 30-day appeal period, because an abutter might not actually be aware of the issuance of a building permit. I mean, just because the building permit issues doesn't mean that construction commences within 30 days, and if they're not provided notification of the issuance of the building permit, which generally they would not be, they could, but go past that 30-day period without knowledge that it was issued and would not file an appeal. That does not mean that they don't ever get to take any action, though, because then they have the right to request zoning enforcement, if and only if they were unaware of the issuance of the building permit during the 30-day appeal period. So then, the way that process would work, they would request zoning enforcement from the building commissioner. If the building commissioner denies it, then they have the right to take an appeal to the Board of Appeals, and from there, either party can appeal the Board of Appeals decision to Superior Court or Land Court. And at that point in time, a party appealing the issuance of the building permit could request a cease work order as part of a preliminary injunction request.
I mean, I'd rather keep the decision with the Board of Selectmen instead of kick it over to the building department, but it's just me.
Not the way it is. I don't think. Could we ask them to make a right-hand turn? I mean, we can't tell them to, because I don't believe. Because it's been in existence for, it's existing. I should have asked the question.
But is it enforceable? Even if you ask it and they agree, has it been enforceable?
Well, first of all, this is a state highway. So we get back into the question of whether or not DOT will allow that sort of a restriction. Leaving that aside, it's a close question in terms of what leverage you have to impose conditions on this permit. If this were a brand-new application, you would have the right to impose conditions that go beyond risk for fire and explosion, but also annoyance and inconvenience to others in the general good order and welfare. However, once, and this I'm reading from a case, Derby Refining Company versus Board of Aldermen of Chelsea. Once the permit is issued, once a license is issued, it becomes a vested property right of the licensee. All right, so now the question becomes, are you imposing something that infringes upon the property right that this particular license holder has? I think to the extent you're imposing a condition that addresses matters solely having to do with the proposed increase, I think you're okay. I think that falls within the provisions at the beginning part of this case, which says it goes beyond the risk for fire and explosion. However, if you're imposing conditions that really are seeking to address the existing operation, you're in a murkier area.
And I realize that. That's why I said, could you ask them?
And at any point, when you're sitting as a licensed grantor, you can certainly request an applicant to accept a condition, and that applicant, can either agree to that request or refuse to accept that request. Again, you're still going to have to get DOT authorization before it can be enforceable.
Even if they accept it?
Even if they accept it, DOT, if they make a determination that a right turn only restriction is inconsistent with the ability to access as they require it, they might make a determination that it's not enforceable.
Jarrett, did you have a part two that you wanted to present before we get into more questions? Or was that it?
Well, I mean, mostly, all the questions that were asked mainly revolved around clarifying how increasing storage capacity does not translate to more production. And again, there's only, I don't know of any other way to describe that. I mean, we can produce more. We can produce a lot more than we do right now based on our current tank farm. It wouldn't take an increased capacity in asphalt cement to ramp production up. I mean, like I said before, we make product as the market demands it. So, I mean, I can go down here and itemize, all these questions and answer them, but, they're all going to sound pretty much like the questions that Nate and I just answered. So, I mean, maybe it makes more sense at this point to take new questions.
Okay, so does the Board of Health have any questions? Or do we have any questions of the Board of Health? Do you?
Whether they have an opinion on it?
Yeah, I'd like to understand. I'll get back to public comment.
Hi, Sue Rosa, Health Director.
Bill Sadowski, member of the Board of Health.
So basically, we did discuss this at a meeting that we just completed. We looked at the proposed requests before the Board of Selectmen, that is. We also discussed, what we knew of history of the plant. This morning, Bill and I actually went out to the plant, and we had a tour, and we actually asked them to explain the entire process to us, showed us where the tanks were going to be, what the increase and the impact was. And at this point, right now, what they're asking for is, they're asking to take two 15,000-gallon tanks, one that contained 15,000 gallons of liquid asphalt and the other that contained 15,000 gallons of fuel oil, and replace them with two 17,000-gallon tanks, because that is now the industry standard. They can no longer get 15,000-gallon tanks. So right off the bat, just to improve equipment on their property, they would need to go to two 17,000-gallon tanks. One of those in the proposal is that they are asking, instead of storing fuel, they would want to store more liquid asphalt. They explained to us this morning that it would not increase production, and they explained the exact reasons why it wouldn't increase production. The fact that they can already produce 900,000, and they're not even halfway there within the year. The fact that they're increasing this storage on site, it's not our determination to make the decision as to whether they can do that or not. It is the board. However, they have reached out to us most recently. We have seen dramatic decreases in complaints of odor, particularly in the last couple of years with the improvements that they've made on site. And at this point, as far as truck traffic, the increase in the storage capacity would potentially decrease it a little bit, which is a plus. Have anything else to add?
No, I think that's it.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Madam Chair, can I make a point of clarification? Irrespective of what the applicant's air permit allows in terms of production, they're still going to be limited in their production based upon the historical use as a pre-existing non-conforming use. So the fact that their air permit allows them to go up to 900,000 gallons, whatever it is, per year, tons per year, doesn't necessarily mean under zoning that they're allowed to make that increase, even if they, can under their air permit.
So so what is their limit?
It's not necessarily easy to put a definitive number on it, other than to say it's consistent with the use that has been established over the years.
But have we established that use?
How would we know that?
I don't know specifically how to answer that
We haven't done any
question.
truck counts, we haven't done any.
Correct. However, I think that if there were a substantial increase in the use, I think you would certainly hear about it from the neighborhood. And I just wanted to make the point.
Yeah, but by then, is it too late?
We want to hear about it from.
Well, no, but I wanted to make the point that it's not simply that they have carte blanche to substantially increase their use because the air permit allows it, because zoning wouldn't necessarily.
We have
But
this exact same problem
I
in a
know.
different part of town, and we
Right.
can't prove existing use.
Different issues in regards to that use.
But no baseline, no historical baseline that we can lean on.
Well, we have the applicant here right now telling us that they're nowhere close to their 900,000 tons per year limit.
Well,
And can I make one more comment, too, that we did discuss at our meeting, was as potentially as part of your decision, and we know that we've heard concerns about truck traffic and noise and odor. I have actually done some homework because we're dealing with a couple of different parts of town dealing with trucks and traffic. And I've reached out to DEP and, the noise division and all that. And essentially, I was informed that when you have different plants like this that are under the jurisdiction of DEP and not under our jurisdiction for those types of things, that the only way that you would ever prove issues as far as noise and truck traffic and all that is if there are specific issues with the trucks, such as muffler, catalytic converter going off the Jake brakes, which is what we could try to address as far as some of those issues. As far as the odor issues, we know that we've already had 2 studies done in town regarding odor. Those fell well within normal limits. Another possibility that our board came up with is the possibility of maybe saying, do an air quality study, as part of this permit. Would you agree to perform an air quality study once this is on site and see the results of that? Maybe, I don't know if you want to say do it annually or whatever, but that would be another possibility.
I think they agreed to that last week.
They didn't agree yet.
I think it was
It was brought up.
Brought up,
We didn't get any
discussed.
closure yet. So I have
The ultimate decision is your board.
I have a question on something that Sue said, Jared, and this was brought up last week too, but I'm not sure we asked it in this way. So yes, you're replacing 2 15,000-gallon tanks with 2 17,000-gallon tanks, but your liquid asphalt capacity in total is going from 53 to 80. So if all we consider are those 2 tanks, the math doesn't work. So where else are you storing more liquid asphalt?
So I know we have to go back to October 4th, which was the first time I appeared before you. It's actually only increasing to 71,000 gallons of asphalt cement. But when we went to the state fire marshal's office, who's ultimately the governing body that issues this land license flammable storage permit, he advised us to build in about a 10% buffer for any future replacements of these tanks. I mean, it won't happen for a long time, but that was his recommendation, so that it doesn't become, an issue like it is now. If there's a different standard in tank size, like we're dealing with right now, we'll have that buffer built in.
Let me try this again. Your previous license allowed you 53,000 gallons of liquid asphalt. This license is requesting a maximum quantity of 80,000 gallons of liquid asphalt. Even if you dedicate those 2 17,000-gallon tanks to liquid asphalt, I'm only at 34. So where is the storage capacity that gets you to 80,000? Is it somewhere else?
Yeah, no, in our tank farm, we have another 20,000-gallon asphalt cement tank.
And that's also at 16 Oak Street?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, so you have 217, that's 34, and you've got another 20, that's 50.
And then we're removing a 15,000-gallon fuel oil tank, because we don't use that anymore to fuel our plant. We use natural gas. So for several years, that tank in our tank farm, we haven't been able to use. It's taking up space.
And you're replacing it with what?
We're replacing that with a 17,000-gallon asphalt cement tank.
If I can, before the board, I actually have I obtained the breakdown. So they actually have 6 storage tanks total. So storage tank 1 is 15,000 gallons of liquid asphalt. Storage 2 would be 17,000 of liquid asphalt. The third is 20,000 of liquid asphalt. The fourth would be $17,000 of liquid asphalt. Then they have the fifth, there's 3,000 gallons of clear diesel. And then the sixth is 3,000 gallons of asphalt emulsion, which comes to the 75,000.
Yeah, his number gets to 71, which is right, with
But
10%
with
buffers,
the
80.
extra- yeah.
Okay.
So just to clarify on that one, the 3,000-gallon emulsion tank is not actually liquid asphalt. So that's not used in our process. It's a tack that is sold separately for pavers to use.
And in the upgrade project description dated May 26th, that's in the public domain with your air quality permit application with the DEP, it says that you're going to remove 2 15,000-gallon tanks and install 2 15,000. Was that before you knew that there are no more, they don't make 15,000-gallon tanks anymore, or?
That's correct.
So this will be amended somehow?
Yes. The DEP is already aware.
Okay.
How many deliveries can you get a week, or, you know, when the 15,000 is used up? I mean, how quickly can you get a daily, or every other day, or, I mean, how quickly would you use that if you stepped up your production?
I'll defer that to Nate.
The 15,000 gallon tank is actual usable space a bit less than 2 truckloads currently. Again, honestly, there's a pretty wide variance between what our demand is day to day. That 15,000 gallon tank could get used up in as short as 12 hours. It may, depending on what type we have it in there and what our orders are, that may take several days to turn over. But it's pretty wide, but again, it's not a lot of material in the grand scheme.
So because of deliveries and things like that, the size of the tank is not, it's not really that important, is it? I mean, it would help if you had a larger one, but I mean, if you use it every day, you get the delivery every morning, right? If you were in, if you stepped up your production.
If we as far as the capacity we're asking to add, again, I would call it more operational convenience, and also reducing the frequency the trucks would have to turn the tank over as we're producing. We call it just, again, that's a raw material buffer we would be increasing.
Thank you.
Attorney Haverty, could you address the comment that was brought up about pre-existing non-conforming use and the basis for that decision when the building inspector looked at this?
So the building inspector was asked on a very cursory basis to determine whether or not the proposed use would constitute a change of a pre-existing non-conforming use. The information that was provided to him at that time was only the change from the 15,000 gallon storage tanks to the 17,000 gallon storage tanks. There was no mention of the increase of liquid asphalt capacity from 53,000 gallons to 80,000 gallons. So I have reached out to the building commissioner, informed him of this additional information, and instructed him that he needs to make a determination based upon that information.
And then, so this board should wait until we get that determination, because that could play out a couple different ways, could it not?
Well, it could. I mean, he could either make a determination that it's not a substantial change to the existing use, or he can make a determination that it is a substantial change. If he makes a determination that it is a substantial change, they have to go through the process with the planning board, for the planning board to make the finding that the change is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood.
I fail to see how that is a ZBA issue. We're not changing the use of the plant. I mean, it's still going to be producing asphalt. It's still going to be operating under its limitations by the air permit.
So I will go over the standard for making a determination whether a change to a pre-existing non-conforming use constitutes a substantial extension. It's a 3-part test. 1, whether the present use reflects the nature and use prevailing when the zoning bylaw took effect. 2, whether there is a difference in the quality or character as well as the degree of the present use. And 3, whether the current use is different in kind in its effect on the neighborhood. So those are the 3 standards that the building commissioner is going to have to look at in determining whether this proposal would constitute a substantial extension of the existing non-conforming use.
Okay.
We're going to produce asphalt as the market demands it at that plant. Changes we're asking for don't seem unreasonable. It's just to make modifications to our tank farm that make sense for the business on a day-to-day operation. There's a lot of peripheral topics being discussed here, ones that I guess I don't understand fully. Bringing the zoning board of appeals into this decision.
It would be the planning board, correct? Not the zoning board? Or would it,
Well,
who would it be?
it's an interesting question. If the building inspector makes a determination that there is an extension, then it would have to go to the planning board for a request for a finding that that extension is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. Or there could be an appeal of that decision, of that determination, and that goes to the Board of Appeals. So there really is two different routes in which this could proceed.
Okay.
And the question in terms of the specifics of this proposal, it's something that the building commissioner is going to have to wrestle through. And whether or not the increase in the capacity for the storage of the liquid asphalt results in a change now, or whether or not no change can occur until they make additional changes to their facilities, which would require a building permit and would give him the opportunity to make a determination at that time. Those are factors he's going to have to review as part of his determination.
Okay.
Could I just have him repeat some numbers?
Yep.
What's your total amount of asphalt you're allowed to make in a year? You gave us that number before.
900,000 tons.
And you said how many? That's 12,000 a day?
12,000 a day. But there were limitations put into place. The math doesn't all work out like for like. So we were limited to 140,000 in a month, 50,000 in a week, 900,000 in a year.
And what's a typical truck that leaves the plant? How much asphalt's it carrying out with it?
I think 30, Nate, please answer that.
Correct. Yeah, at most, I believe DOT limit is about 30, I think it's 33 to 34 tons, and then as small as, again, just a few tons.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do those numbers work?
Not really.
33,000 tons is one truck, but there's a weekly limit of 12,000 tons?
33
day.
tons
33 tons, I'm sorry.
in one truck.
33, yeah.
Thought he said 33,000.
No.
But still, is that, I mean, it could potentially go to, at 30 tons a truck, 12,000 a day is 363 trucks.
A month.
No, that's a day, 12,000 a day.
Day.
That's what, Ken?
363 trucks a day, potentially, if they go to the limit.
Well, it could be more if they're doing smaller trucks.
Yeah, it could be more. That's, I'm going to the hilt. Right.
That's what I think the biggest
You
problem.
also have to have a place to bring it.
No, I agree. I agree with what you're saying, Paul.
It's not like Market Basket, you just shoot everywhere. I mean, you've got to have a job that they're delivering it to, most, and again, what they tend to do, as we know, is they tend to do night paving. Usually the Commonwealth or another major provider where they're out, and you drive by it at night, you see the trucks lined up on the highway, and they're just pouring, like it's happened this season, right out here. Those are the type of jobs that you're seeing, because that's how major construction is done now. It's done to avoid the congestion during the traditional commuting hours.
I think the problem is more about trucks and the truck traffic and the routes they're taking than it is about the capacity, personally. And I think if they could come to some kind of an agreement, maybe everybody'd be happy. I don't know that, but.
So what I recall from our last conversation, to George's point, is the types of things that were brought up were air quality studies. We've talked about the right turn. I think the other thing that was brought up was the potential of camera monitoring. So I guess I have two questions for Paul Haverty. Like, what types of those things would be considered within the scope of a storage capacity license if we get there? And my follow-up to aggregate is, have you considered any of those comments? So.
Right. I mean, I think the question really is, which of those types of conditions are applicable to the proposed change to the license? Because they already have a license. There are property rights associated with that license. So you can't just go and impose conditions retroactively to the previously issued license. That would bring us into something that would essentially be the functional equivalent of the revocation line of cases. So you have to be careful to make sure you're imposing conditions that really address impacts associated with the potential increase in the use. And as I noted at the last hearing, you know, the air quality study sounds like, you know, a condition I think that would be appropriate when you're addressing an increase in the use on the site. The truck traffic one, I mean, given the fact that it appears that this could actually result, if there is no future increase in the asphalt use, it could actually, result in a decrease in truck traffic. I'm not sure that that's the sort of condition that could be upheld. Of course, if the applicant is willing to agree to it, then you don't have to worry about an appeal and it getting upheld.
Are the current tanks safe? They're not leaking, they're not outdated?
No, they're old, but they're not, I mean, they passed inspection.
Paul, would it be a problem?
And they were all inspected this year.
You're talking about, in this question to town council, you know, what sort of handcuffs you can put on the permit itself, and I hear everything you're saying, but could you ask them, give us your truck counts over the next upcoming year on a weekly or monthly basis, and I'll reconsider the license in a year? So we get a baseline?
I mean, that's not an approval, that's a denial.
That's
Right,
exactly what it
it's
is.
a conditional denial. If the applicant's willing to agree to that.
I mean, it's his choice. If he comes back in a year and he hasn't given us any truck counts, because I don't have a baseline now.
Right, or they take an appeal to the Superior Court.
Probably would.
Okay. Are there any more questions before I do one last round of public input? Does anyone from the public have questions or comments now?
Nancy Arroway, 65 Littleton Road. Madam Chair, through you to the applicant. The question is, over the past year, on an average basis, at what percentage of capacity have you been running?
You want me to field that, Jared?
Yes.
Just for business purposes, I'll reference in percentage to our permit. At least, and from a day-to-day basis, I'd say our busiest days, we're only between 40 to 50% of permit. And on a more typical baseline, we're between 20 to 25% of our permit.
Thank you. So, current use, as this non-conforming use is being used, is between 25 and 40% of their permit levels. That's what I just heard. Thank you.
Okay. Jerry Hall in the Zoom room wanted to speak.
This may have been answered before, but...
I need you to give your name and address for the record,
I'm
please.
sorry, Jerry Hall, 34 Lovett Lane. I was wondering if the upcoming air quality permit asks for an increase in their production capacity? And that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. It does not. It does not request an increase in our production capacity.
Did you want to say something?
John Wojcik. My first question is going to go out to Nathan. If I may ask him a question directly. Where was he the last 2-3 years when that plant was polluting and making my life miserable, making my neighbor's life miserable? My neighbors did complain. I did complain. The people up the street complained. we did complain to the Board of Health about odors and the trucks and the noise. Where was Nathan, that facility director, when that was going on? And why did it get to the point where the EPA slapped you with a fine? And what's the guarantee that you're just not gonna, do that again? It takes a long time of complaining to have something go through the state and then get air quality and have people monitor that for something to happen.
I'll actually take that question, Mr. Wojcik, because Nathan Reynolds is new to the company. He's been here since April of this year. So you're asking where the air quality, I'm sorry, what part of the, you said polluting? You mean, so we're polluting. I'm assuming you're going back to 2016.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
Is that what you're referencing?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
And we were complaining.
And no, I like the time frame. I like the time frame in there because you referenced it before when you said if we come back in 5 years with a clean record, something like that. Well, it has been 5 years since 2016 when those charges were brought and they were recently settled, and we do have a clean record since then. And I wasn't here either at that time, and and I'm sorry for what you and other residents went through during that time. I wasn't here, and unfortunately, I can't speak intelligently to it. I wasn't party to it, but I'm empathetic to you for whatever happened there. But I want to point out, for the last 5 years, we do have a very good record, and we have put in a number of measures to get better in the community. And we're happy to take all of your comments, your questions, your complaints, and we'll address you directly, one-on-one, to see what we can do for you.
Okay, that's appreciated, but there have been complaints, since 16. I've stood before the board. There have been my neighbors that have stood before the board or different boards leading up to this point. And it's generally once or twice a year. It's not every week or 2 weeks when something happens. We don't call the police every single time there's an incident of a truck or noise. But it gets to the point where on a Saturday, you're so fed up that somebody does make a call. But it doesn't mean that that's not happening every single day. We can change. We can certainly just call in every incident. And then, we're going to hear that, on a daily basis, there's a problem with trucks. I know the members of the board have stated before that they've seen these trucks, whether it's late night or during the day. They've seen the trucks behaving that way. I know that's not you guys, but that's what happens. The late night traffic, we're talking about something here that isn't a new idea of a right turn. The right turn out of that facility was in place in the 80s. And if Chief Spinney's on the line, he might have insight into that, but that was a stipulation for that plant at that time. If they wanted to do nighttime operations, that is what was agreed to for that plant to operate at night, was the trucks would leave and go the westbound commercial truck route. Now, when Route 3 went in, that kind of got washed away. They were allowed to come through the center of town because Route 3 is right here. That it makes sense. But then it just never went back to the no right turn. I'm sorry, the no left turn.
Right turn only.
So that is something that was a condition of the operation of that plant then. It's just happened to have been, it's there, it's just not being enforced. So it's
Paul
not
Haggerty,
something
could we
new.
look into that?
Yes.
Okay, we'll take the comment. John, do you have anything else?
I guess my only other comment will be the study that Aggregate had hired Tech Environmental to do. I'm sorry, I don't have the year in front of me. But the sole purpose of
The 2008 study?
I believe so, yes. The sole purpose of that was to see what they could do to maximize production. And that was increased storage capabilities of the liquid asphalt and fuels. And back then, there was, I believe, oil as well. But that's online. You can go online and look at that right on Tech Environmental, their website.
Okay.
And it specifies that it was for the sole purpose of expanding their output capabilities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You have a saved round? Go ahead,
Yeah.
quickly, yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just say your name again.
Nancy Arroway. So we're not hearing a lot of concern over the safety of the storage itself, but we're hearing significant community concern over the traffic that's created by it. The applicant has absolutely no control over that traffic. It's their customers' employees that are the drivers of these trucks. Maybe the customers' subcontractors. These folks can't control what they do. So the only thing we're talking about here is capacity and volume produced by the plant and its effects on that traffic. So if we were looking at, I don't know, building a new shopping mall, we'd be looking at the effects on the traffic. And that mall has no control whatsoever on the people that come there to shop and how they drive. The same is true here. They can't control the Jake brakes. They can't control the exhaust fumes. They can't control the asphalt fumes from those open load trucks. Capacity is what really controls how many of those trucks are out there. Capacity and how's business doing? What's the demand? So their capacity is limited by their state licenses, permits, by their processing equipment, and by their materials on site. The only thing we have control over is, in that package, is their materials on site. And that's what we're talking about here in this application. It is a limiting factor in terms of how we go forward. They have the state permits that allow them to expand significantly. They've already said that they're operating well below their processing capabilities. If business picks up, it's all about materials on site.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let me go around the board for any other comments or thoughts. Sorry, Paul, did you have something you were going to say?
No, I mean,
Okay.
I mean, for Pat and George, we sat through this a dozen years ago, and it was denied by the board, and all the complaints continued for the next dozen years, and I think that's the struggle that the board has, is because I think whether you approve this or deny this, you're still going to get complaints and aggravation over the next 10 years. I think what's the challenge for the board is, does the approving of it make it potentially worse? I think that's what it all comes down to, and I think that's the part that's still uncertain to me sitting here and trying to give any advice to you is, if it comes down to the question of what can they store at a given time to meet their daily operations, because as you know, if they're doing a paving job, they know in advance. It's not as though somebody randomly shows up one day and says, oh, I need, 10,000 tons tonight, like, and they didn't know that 3 days ago, or a week ago, a week prior, the question becomes, what's their output capacity based upon what they can store on the site? And from what I'm hearing is, and again, this is where I'm trying to get clarity, is if they have more than ample enough capacity to run days, then really what's going on here is basically the frequency of how often they're getting refilled on the site, not what's coming out of the site. So in other words, if they can store, 60,000 gallons versus 70,000 gallons, but yet they're only putting out on a daily basis, the capacity of 20,000 gallons, because that's the maximum they can do, then basically what you're determining is how often you're refilling that 60 tank or 70 tank. And I think that's the struggle of all this, is what is it that's happening? Because we know on the air quality and pollution things, they're under a consent order from DEP through the Attorney General's office. That's significant, and we're not going to see, I believe, the emissions problems, because they've been hammered on it and fined significantly. And obviously, if they go afoul again, they're going to get the wrath of the Attorney General's office and others if they go there. It's really a question of what do we do here, given the limitations
What
on
I
the
struggle with what you're saying, and I've heard the rationale, is I don't know how I just put my faith in there's going to be fewer trips because we don't have to bring in materials to store as often.
Right.
Because you're still going to have trucks taking stuff out, right? So I don't know for me, it's not that black and white. I just don't know how we understand, because sure, maybe they're having fewer trips in to fill up the tanks, but if they do increase capacity, they're going to have more trucks in and out hauling load.
They're going to have more trucks driving out depending upon the market. Whether you increase their capacity or not,
No, we know where the market's going. There's an infrastructure bill coming.
Right, but they're going to be governed by what's at that plant, and it's
So
really
do
a
we
question of
help
how
them or
often they're
not?
refurbishing their supplies as opposed to what's going to come out of that plant, because their goal, is to maximize profit, maximize output. So that's, I think that's the struggle that we have, is it's not a question of trust, it's a question of what's really going to happen if the capacity is increased.
Mine is trust.
Absolutely.
Okay, mine is absolutely trust.
Right.
Okay?
Thank you.
Because what I did hear is I heard about a $2 million investment. Am I right on that?
A mandated $2 million investment from the Attorney General's office, yeah.
A $2 million investment. I don't care whether it's mandated or not. Okay? To reduce manpower, which you'd have to reduce a small army to make that make any sense from an ROI standpoint, just for starters. You said about maybe 5 trucks less a week, but originally when this got presented to us, it sounded like, a reduction in truck traffic. When we drilled into it further, it was only 5 a week, which didn't feel like it lined up with the way it was being advertised to us initially. So, going back to trust, okay? Not increasing production. Maybe you're not increasing production today, but does this change allow you to go from 40 to 50 to 50 to 60? Does it allow you to do that? That's what I don't know. Because if you're going there, then to me, capacity or output has to change. And my biggest concern isn't the tank safety. My biggest concern just comes back to truck traffic and safety within the community for the trucks driving in and out of that facility. And that's really my main concern. So when I look at all this, it just, I can't find a way to make this add up to me.
George?
I don't know, I guess, I keep mentioning that I think the problem is the trucks, and if they agreed, we can't enforce them to make a right-hand turn. If they made the right-hand turn, if they said they would do it, there is nothing between after 9 o'clock at night. It's nothing but commercial property to 225. They get right on 495 when they go. Instead of coming right through, all the way down 110, going through all the neighborhoods, going through the center of town, going down 110 or 129, and a given, where it's, subjecting a lot of, problems that could happen, fatality, God forbid, or something like that, and the noise and the pollution. Keep it the other way. I mean, But I don't think we can make them do it because because of the non-conforming use, et cetera, et cetera. But I think if they agreed to it, I don't think that the people on the other side would, I think they would say, let's give it a shot. That's only my opinion, but.
Okay. Pat?
Yeah, I mean, I understand everybody's concerns about the truck traffic, and Paul Haverty did say he would check and see if that was part of the original permit, although he kind of indicated that we couldn't make that part of this because we're dealing just with capacity. We've heard from the Board of Health and at the last meeting from the fire chief that this, the new equipment will actually be safer and, more environmentally protective. So it's, I mean, from what I see, it really isn't a significant increase if they're replacing two 15,000-gallon tanks with two 17,000-gallon tanks. As others have mentioned, we can maybe ask for more truck traffic history, so we do have that to work with going forward. Unless there's, other things that we're waiting to hear back from before we were to go forward, right now, I think I would be inclined to approve it. We can't shut them down. I know that's what everybody wants, but we can't shut them down. And I think if.
I haven't heard anybody say we want to shut them down.
Well, I think there'd be plenty of people that would go for that. And then the other thing, too, is, we did mention at the last meeting about maybe air quality testing in the future, and I would still, like to see that happen.
Ken?
So for me, where it's an existing non-conforming use, the truck counts are sort of the key to any future production increases. So I don't know if they'd be willing to turn over their truck counts for the last year, or, we monitor them and check them to get a baseline for the next upcoming year. But for me, I didn't see any proof tonight that, or in any of our discussions, that production is guaranteed not going to go up. So for me, I'd like to see something and for me, the proof is the truck counts. And again, it's not the product you're making that I have a problem with, it's the customers you're attracting. The trucks are brutal in this town at night. I attend a lot of these town meetings in this town hall, and they get out anywhere from 8:30 to 11 o'clock at night. There are other board members sitting around this table that have almost been hit by the trucks. When we stand outside after a meeting and talk on both 110 and 129 here, you see them going by, and there's no way they're going the speed limit. I'm not saying all of them, but there's half of them are flying. And I just care about the center of the town too much to willy-nilly approve an increase to capacities without any proof that we can monitor the trucks coming in and out. So that's where I stand.
Okay. I share in some of the things that Mark and Ken have brought up. I don't know that we got an answer from last time on whether there is anything that Aggregate is willing to work further with the town on, whether or not it's tied to this license. And I am, so kind of going back to Ken's point and Mark's point, when you say there's not going to be any increase in truck traffic, can we get some data? Because really what you're asking us to do is just say, trust me, and unfortunately with the history, I think we're all struggling with that. And it's not a disparaging comment on you personally or your integrity, but we've been living this for decades, and I think that if you have data or something that's more data-driven, that might bring us all into a better comfort zone. I'm also still, we still have this open question about having the building commissioner take a hard look at the application itself, because that wasn't done yet in terms of the pre-existing non-conforming. So I would like to see that done and get that feedback, because I think it's germane to what path this goes on from here. So I don't know if that's something that we ask Jose how long he needs, or is it something that can be done? Do we think it could be done before our next meeting, or we don't know? Is it, I don't know what the turnaround on something like this typically is. You want to check Paul Cohen?
I don't know that he can give us that answer right now. I don't know if
Right.
he has enough, just like Paul Haverty. I'm not sure what it will entail him to make
Well,
that.
actually, I don't want to do a unilateral direction here. Are you in agreement, anybody else in agreement with that, or?
Yeah, I do think we should at least get that input
Okay.
before we go any further. And I'd also throw out that I'd be more than happy to also come out to the site with Nathan or whoever else to better understand the situation.
Yeah, it was pretty short notice the last time.
Yeah, to better understand it, so that maybe I could get more comfortable with the points that you guys are trying to make. That's not my background in that business, so it can only help.
Jarrett, have you had any conversations about things like air quality testing or any of the other things that have come up?
So when I first showed up on the first week in October, I followed the gentleman from GZA who did an air quality study, and it showed very favorable results. And while I'm not saying we wouldn't do an air quality study, but it seems like the wrong time to do one when, these upgrades to the plant, which we're hoping will be approved by the DEP, we're going to have to do stack testing as part of that process. And we'd be more than happy to share the results of that stack test with you.
I'm sorry, I don't know what a stack test is. Is that air quality or something else?
A stack, Paul Shimon, are you on? You still here?
Yes, he is.
Yes, I am, Jarrett.
Paul, could you describe more adequately what a stack test shows, exactly the numbers of what?
I can. Tom from my company is more.
All I want to know is what is
familiar.
this? Do you know what a stack test is? What's a stack test? Just in layman's terms.
Sorry,
it's more for the the pollutants that are being emitted from the.
Okay,
facility.
so what you're telling me, Jared, is your answer is no, you're not willing to do air quality studies if your storage capacity increases. That's what I'm hearing.
That's not what I said at all. I said I wouldn't say no to that. I'm saying it seems like an inopportune time to do an air quality study when one was just performed and the results were just presented to the town showing favorable air quality results.
The question
around our
wasn't,
plant.
will you do one now? The question was, if you make this change, is there something in there where you'll do air quality studies for the town in the future?
We're definitely willing to have that conversation. And to Paul Cohen, I mean, we're willing to have conversations about, what we do at the end of the street. We're willing to have those conversations offline. But to have them as, it's hard to make them. They're not enforceable as conditions upon this permit, and in which case, they're not enforceable. And, this is the wrong forum to do those things. And, a lot of you have mentioned trust, and, well, let's start. Let's start building that trust. Let's talk about some of the things that you want, and we'll see what we can do about them.
So, could we also take an action, Paul, for you to help give us some guidance on what would be enforceable as part of this permit or not?
Yes.
Would that be okay?
Yeah, I mean,
Thank
do you
you.
have specific conditions?
Well, you've mentioned air quality may be one. That's why I brought it up, and now he's saying it's not. It's not something you can tie to this kind of a permit.
Yeah. Again, they're seeming to indicate a willingness to agree to some future testing.
Okay.
So I don't necessarily think that that's going to be a stumbling block. I think a discussion regarding traffic impacts would be productive, something that's worthwhile to pursue.
Yep. Okay.
Because they
So-
were not, excuse me,
Go ahead.
because they were not part of the original agreement, can you make them part of an if both parties agree now?
Well, and
Can it be
I need
included?
to do some research in terms of the original permitting on this facility.
I don't think it was ever really part of the agreement.
Well, again, so there was an original license, for the storage of flammable materials that was issued, but there may have also been some determination from a zoning perspective regarding the original extension of the pre-existing non-conforming use, which was certainly for a use significantly less intense than the use that's going on currently. I haven't seen copies of that permitting decision, so I do want to try to find that dating back to the 1980s, I understand.
And
So I want to take a look at that and see what impacts they have, because there's been discussions about a right turn only condition, and that may be contained in that permitting decision from the 1980s that needs to be reviewed, and it may just simply be that that's something that needs to be enforced. And that's something that would have more teeth than if it was imposed as part of this process.
Okay.
But if it's not there, all right, if it's not there, and both parties agree that we'll put it in there now, can that have?
If both parties agree, then it's a condition that can be imposed, because the only way it would be stricken down is if someone took an appeal, and if they're agreeing to it, they're not going to appeal it.
Okay. So just to kind of wrap up my comments after going around the table, is my concern, Pat, isn't replacing two 15,000-gallon tanks with two 17,000. My concern is going from 53,000 to 80,000. And I don't feel like I have the data to be comfortable with that yet, so I'm kind of where Ken is on that one. My suggestion from so we can move on here, my suggestion would be that maybe we continue the public hearing to our next meeting. In parallel with that, talk to Jose, see if we can get some feedback.
And I think it would be helpful to get some information from the applicant as it relates to what would be necessary to increase the production, what sort of permits would be required, what sort of new equipment.
Some real information.
So that he can make that determination as to whether or not he has the potential to address this, through a later permitting decision rather than now.
Does anybody have an issue with this, or?
No?
I mean, I would like to know if they'd be willing to give some truck counts over the last year or two.
Jarrett, can you look into that?
We can look into it.
Thank you. And if we find that Jose can't turn it around for the next meeting, we'll let them know. Paul Cohen, what do you
No,
want to say?
we know the truck counts have to exist, because every truck that goes out of there gets a tear sheet.
Yeah.
Yeah, so and therefore, if it ever became a contentious issue in the future, the town could subpoena and request that data as part of litigation to get that. So I just want you probably know that, but I just
We
want.
can't get truck counts.
No, but this is.
The difference is if this is a more recent requirement.
Recent requirement.
No, I get it. So, but instead of having to go through subpoena process, why can't we just have them now so that we?
Well, and I think that was more of a message to the
It's
applicant.
very easy for them to get it.
All right,
we
could
know
I-
that one way or
we've got 4 committees waiting for the next topic here, so could we get a motion, Ken?
I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing to, what's our next date?
11:15.
November 15th.
I'll second the motion.
Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Thank you, Jarrett.
Thank you.
Do you
Thank
mind
you.
if I take this in order? They've been waiting
That's fine.
all night. It's 4 committees.
That's fine.
Okay. All right, so I want to thank the committees who've been waiting in the queue here. Our next agenda item is the development agreement regarding Trammell Crow Residential and the proposed development of 255 Princeton Street. For the record, Board Member LaFave is going to be recusing himself from this discussion. If they're chatting out in the hall, could somebody pull the door closed? Oh, thank you, Ken. Okay, also just for the record, for our recording secretary, I want to go through who's here. Again, besides the Select Board and Town Manager Paul Cohen, we have Paul Haverty, Town Council, participating. For the Conservation Commission, I have seen Dave McLaughlin on the Zoom room, Christopher Garahan, and is Bill Vines still here?
He'll step out for a moment, but he'll be right back.
He'll be back. So Bill Vines is also here for the Conservation Commission. Did I miss anybody for that one? Okay. For the Finance Committee, I see Sam Chase and Kathy Duffett in the Zoom room. Anyone else? All right. For the Planning Board, is Nancy Arroway still here and Mike Raisbeck? Okay, so I don't know that we have anybody here for the Planning Board. Oh, Deirdre Connolly is here, excuse me. And for the School Committee, I have Dr. Lang, Maria Santos, Jeff Doherty, Dennis King, and Donna Newcomb. Did I miss anybody? Okay. And for Trammell Crow, could you just introduce who you have here, please? Thank you, Mark.
Good evening, members of the Select Board. Mark Baranski, Newton Lower Falls, representing Trammell Crow Residential. We have Mason Brunick, also with Trammell Crow Residential. And on remote, we should have Mark Fougere, who is our fiscal consultant who prepared the school child and fiscal impact report. As well, we should have Valerie Moore, who's counsel, and also possibly Melissa Robbins as counsel if she becomes
Melissa's
available.
not here.
She isn't yet, okay.
So we do have Mark Fougere, it's Fougere, and Valerie Moore, Moore.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And so by way of introduction, my understanding is what we're here to do is review the next version of the development agreement, get some input from the committees who are here. Paul, do you have anything you want to say about this?
No, I mean, we've circulated both your email and my email. We've circulated the development agreement to the parties of interest and have asked for their comment. I think there are some that need to be defined, and maybe we can get into that because there are some that are, sort of not defined. But
Is there any objection to just stepping through it or like going through the agreement and seeing who has comments? Are you guys okay with that? Or do you want to hit school?
No, I think we should go
committee
through it
conservation?
right in order and
I'm sorry, my computer fell asleep.
the first comment that I had is on, again, this is more of an editorial one than a substantive one, is paragraph C should no longer reference the October 21 fall annual town meeting.
Yeah, there's some cleanup that needs to
That
be
can
done.
just get cleaned up.
I had a comment on the first page, paragraph F says, and maybe this is more of a question for town council, it says that the select board at its whatever meeting voted to support the proposed zoning amendments. And my understanding was that from a process standpoint, we want the development agreement in place first. So could we, or if it's not in place first, can we vote to, if we vote to support the zoning agreements, could that be contingent on the execution of the development agreement?
It could definitely be contingent on the execution of the development agreement. We could also hold off on executing the development agreement until after the select board takes its vote to support the amendments, but prior to the town meeting vote in which, presumably the zoning amendment would pass.
Okay.
So, there would be time in between to do it in that order.
Okay. Are there any more comments on the first page? Okay, any comments on page 2? I'm just going to try to get this up. Seems to have fallen asleep, Paul.
Yeah, I just have, one comment on there. It's, again, just an editing thing at the, on paragraph A under number 1, the last sentence says, "The obligation undertaken by this agreement shall not be," so, and then paragraph B is the exact same thing. "The obligations under this agreement shall not be deemed to relieve the obligation or condition."
You okay with that, Mark?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the other Mark over here.
I'll defer to council, but I believe that's probably an error, yeah.
And I think it's better to have it in the separate subparagraph B, so I would just propose eliminating it from the end of paragraph A.
Sorry, I can't get that back on again. The only question that I had here was, and it's not in here, there was a conversation the last time we met about whether there are any measures that can be taken, even if just signage, to help minimize the possibility of cut-through traffic in some of the abutting neighborhoods. And I know Evan had made the point at the end of it that they can go as a gated community anytime they want, but I think the comment was more, let's not force them to do that if we can do anything to help alleviate those concerns.
Yes, thank you. It's Mark Baranski speaking again. We actually discussed that in the course of reviewing the development agreement components. We're amenable to that. I don't think we knew quite how to create the language to make that an option for the town, but I think we defer to either town council or our council to explore that.
Okay. So Paul Haverty, can you help work that?
I can work with Melissa on drafting that, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, page 3, which is development areas and affordable housing.
I just have a question about the paragraph F at the top of page 3. Is that necessary since it is part of the, part of their policy?
And if you're following at home, what Pat's referring to is the applicant contributing $100 per parking space. Go ahead.
Mark Baranski, Trammell Crow. Again, I'll defer to our council and Ms. Robbins, who's not available. We thought that it was while this is an obligation that we believe is implicit within town bylaws, we've been told that sometimes it is not one that is always performed, and that this is sort of a belts and suspenders approach to making sure everyone's clear that we plan to fulfill this obligation.
Okay, thank you. You okay with that, Pat?
Yeah, so basically it prevents the planning board from waiving that, is the way I would understand it. Okay, sure.
Anything else on page 3?
Yeah, under number 4, affordable housing, it says the power projects will be up to 15% of total units. I think, shouldn't that be at least 15%?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what was your answer, Paul?
Minimum?
Yes, that should be a minimum of 15%.
Valerie, you okay with that? Or Mark?
So I think that language needs to be balanced with some of the other commitments we have later on in paragraph where we have offered to do a payment in lieu of the units. So that 15% could change depending on whether the town prefers more of the units be done payment rather than a commitment to construct the actual units. But to the extent that the total number of units changes, that may also be altered. But we can work with town council to reach agreement on the best way to document.
If I could just add to enhance that. I think it's, the reason for that is on the tail end of paragraph A, in which we say at the town's election and the alternative, the applicant contribute the value of 6 units, in which case the effective affordable percentage would go down, but the economic value would then go into the PILO, and we assumed to benefit choice in their development. So I think that's the reason why we have the language that way. If the town were to opt not to pursue the final sentence in that paragraph, then I think 15% is probably okay to lock in on.
But aren't the six units above the 15%? That's how I.
No, they're part of it.
That's what gets them to the 15%.
Correct.
So it's not 15% plus 6 units.
Correct.
That's correct.
Yes. That's why it's written that way, because otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Okay.
And I think that the comments from the planning board, and Ms. Conley can correct me because I think it was her comment originally, was asking for that payment in lieu above and beyond the 15% that had been previously offered. So I don't think that the intention was it would be an either or. It doesn't mean, that the select board is required to basically require the applicant, to direct the funding in that manner. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, they have a number that they're willing to commit to all of the different things that the town is going to be asking for. But I do think that in terms of the request from the planning board, it was seeking both the 15% plus a
so
payment
too.
in lieu.
If I could clarify, so if you see, there are two places where we reference a payment in lieu of 6 units. The first is in paragraph 4A. Those 6 units would be part of the 15%. That's separate from 4C, where you see there's an additional 6 units. Those are the separate payment in lieu of units that were requested from the planning board and are not part of the 15%.
Reading the end of 4A, it says at the town's election in the alternative, the applicant will contribute the value of these 6 units as specified in paragraph 4C. So it seems like as it's currently proposed, it's an either or.
Well, so those are the 6 units that were to be constructed as part of the Trammell Crow development.
But those are the 6 units that got you to the 15%, isn't that correct? Yes.
Yes, and the payment in lieu of at the bottom in 4C is in addition to that, which would be over the 15%.
The way it reads now, it says in the alternative. So, I mean, I could be
Right,
misreading
that's
this.
referring to, so if the town were to make that election, then it would be a payment for 12 units in total. We can clarify that language.
Okay.
If that would be helpful.
The intent was to create some optionality for the town if they chose to receive PILO as opposed to physical units.
So Paul, you'll work with them on those two?
Sure, but I guess I want to be clear here. So are we looking at a payment in lieu for 12 affordable units if we don't require any in the development, or is it just 6?
What we're proposing are 2 options.
Okay.
One is 6 physical units on the premise.
Plus 6
and 6
PILO.
PILOs, or if the town so chooses, 12 PILOs with no affordables on the premise.
Okay, so we just need to make that clearer in the
Yeah,
language.
all right.
Okay, just for the record, I had read the committee members who are present. Jim Clancy has also joined us from the Finance Committee. Okay, anything else on page 3, paragraphs 3A, B, or C? Those are okay? We just talked about paragraph 4A.
Oh, just a typo on 4A, about the 4th line up from the bottom. The word income, I think, doesn't belong there, because you have income somewhere else.
Okay. And we already talked about 4C. Anything on paragraph 5, pedestrian improvements?
Could we go back to 4B?
Sure.
It says applicant agrees to sell or to Choice or similar nonprofit to permit and construct no more than 54 multifamily units. Is that really what you mean? Or do you mean?
54 units in a multifamily complex?
The way that's worded is quite a bit different.
Again, I'll defer to council, but no,
council look at the
there won't be
grammar.
54 multifamily buildings over, so we'll probably need to clarify that.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
I think we actually did have a discussion regarding the definition of multifamily units for the bylaw. So I think we need to go cross-reference that, because I think there needed to be a change to that as well.
Okay. Okay, now can we go to paragraph 5? There were no changes to this. I'm assuming everyone's still okay with that? 6A, which is landscaping and lighting, the perimeter buffer. B, the parking buffer. 6C, the landscaping around structures. 6D is lighting. 6E, retaining walls, and 6F, a playground. Okay, so that brings us to paragraph 7, which is school children to be discussed. Do you want to introduce this, Mark?
Yes, what I've asked is our consultant, Mark Fougere, who is available to provide a brief synopsis of the report that was presented to the Select Board and the Planning Board a couple months ago and has since been posted on the town website to kind of give some flavor in the process that was pursued in assessing school-child impacts, and also his conversations with Dr. Lang. So if Mark's available.
Good evening. For the record, Mark Fougere with Fougere Planning and Development, and thank you for having me this evening. So I was the author of the fiscal impact report, and one of the things or the key areas that we looked at obviously is schools, given that this is a residential development. One of the things obviously that we look at surrounding schools is trying to estimate how many school-age children may be residing or potentially residing in a development such as this. So the first thing we did was look at existing apartments in the community. There are 3 that we have noted that are brand new. We obtained data from the school department as far as how many children are presently living in those developments to get a generic idea of what type of impact these new apartments have on Chelmsford. Of the 360 units that were built over the last few years, there are 37 school-age children in those units for a ratio, per unit ratio of 0.103 children per unit. Based on that ratio and applying it to the proposed development, we come up with an impact of 35 school-age children. Based on the census and the enrollment of those 3 apartment buildings, we estimate that of those 35, 22 would be elementary, 9 middle, and 4 high school. I also have in my work a database of over 1,000 units of 40B developments where we actually know where the children come from as far as if they're in a market rate unit or an affordable unit. Affordable units generate more school-age children per unit typically than a market rate unit. So the other next table that we used, we generated an estimated 49 children with that type of data. Again, using that same breakdown of enrollment that we found in the community already, 31 would be elementary, 13 would be middle, and 5 would be high school. So we came up with a range of potential impacts from the development ranging from 35 to 49 students. We then submitted this data to the superintendent. This past summer, I met with Dr. Lang at his office. We discussed the project. He mentioned that the school board and the department's been looking at elementary capacity over the last few years and potential ways to address that. We talked about what type of cost impacts this development may have based on the range of students that we listed, and we came up with a cost of between 2 and 3 teachers that may have to be hired, or costs associated with that, which would be between $160,000 and $240,000 a year. I should also note that Chapter 78 is based on enrollment, and the community gets approximately $2,100 per student. So based on, again, the estimated range of new students that could attend the schools, there'd be an extra $74,000 to $104,000 in state aid from Chapter 70. Obviously, this project's going to take a number of years to build out, and right now, my client's expecting, a 3 to 4 year build-out period. This isn't going to happen overnight, and if things go per schedule, we're looking at the end of 2025 before the last units would be fully occupied. So this is going to take time. It's not going to drop out of the sky on the community and impact them all at once. Students are spread throughout the grades, giving a chance to accommodate them as they come on board. Another scenario we did for this development was, well, what if the allowed use of single-family homes was proposed? 14 single-family homes was designed by a civil engineer for this site, and based on a relatively new development in the community of single-family homes, we're estimating approximately 32 school-age children from there.
Did you say
so
14?
Even from an allowed use, 32.
No, you said 14 single-family homes. It's zoned for like
Yes.
21, right? Okay.
Well, that's the estimate we got from the engineer, as far as how many could fit, putting in a road and,
Okay,
oh, I'm sorry, 22 homes.
thank you.
I'm sorry. 22 homes, 32 kids. The project that I used as a comparable had 14 homes on it, so I apologize. So 22 homes could fit there, generating approximately 32 school-age children. So there'd be an impact either way. So that's where we came up with this data, and obviously, if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer the best I can. Thank you.
So what are you suggesting for this paragraph?
I don't know that we have an intent on this paragraph. This was an item that was requested for us to address at this meeting. I think this is part of the conversation on what, if any, concerns you have about school children beyond what has been addressed in the report.
Okay. Any comments from the school committee?
Thank you. Yeah, I did have an opportunity this summer to review the data with the gentleman, and took a look at the report before us tonight. I guess a couple of the things I wanted to point to is when it does come to district enrollment, I know on page 11 of the write-up of the scenario, I know the two options, we're going to produce somewhere between 35 and 50 students. I don't disagree with that math. It's just the starting point is a little bit different, because when you look at the 2020-21 data from October 1, that was our COVID year. So you look at our enrollment kind of creeping up right around 5,000 students. Last year, because of COVID and homeschooling and private schooling, we dropped about 200 kids. And this year, we're right back up again. So I just wanted to work and kind of make an edit maybe to the report on that. I don't think that's going to change whether we get 35 or 50, new students coming from the facility, but to at least have that number be accurate and reflect like a real year. Overall, I guess, just the other concern from the school side, under either scenario, we're going to be facing some type of enrollment challenge. We don't really have sufficient extra space right now, particularly at the elementary level of the district. So that's where we're seeing our biggest numbers. If we just looked based on geography, this development would be zoned to the Harrington Elementary School. And again, we just don't have capacity there. When we had a little bit of a housing development on the Mill Road Turnpike area, and it was going to be zoned to Center. That was so close to South Row, and we already had buses going that way. We were able to basically take that whole development and just rezone it to South Row. So new students coming in didn't know the difference. No one was upended, and you started in one school and ended up going to another school. That worked out really well. I don't really have that option right now at Harrington. I just don't have the capacity, certainly at that school, but even at the other elementary schools, we're just kind of tight. So this is something that the school committee and I are going to be working on. Even outside of this project, in the coming years, we know elementary enrollment is going to be challenging. So we don't have a real answer for that one. We don't have quite as much of a concern at the middle school. The projection called for, say, 9 students spread out over the 4 grade levels. That's not really going to throw off our enrollment too much. And certainly we have capacity at the high school. So I don't have any capacity issues at the high school. Elementary is really our challenge. And I guess, I'm just here to say tonight, I don't have a solution for that. If we had those, 35 to 50 kids come into the district right now, we'd be scrambling a little bit. So that is something that we are working on. What was my other point? Oh, when it comes,
I just have a question. So
yeah.
is it a linear assumption if it takes 3 to 4 years to build this out, and let's say there's 35 kids?
Yeah.
Does that mean we're getting 5+ kids a year into Harrington?
I think the problem is our enrollment projection as a district over the next 10 years still has our increasing enrollment coming in at the elementary level. And we know, like say the Harrington School, all of our elementary schools are really designed to operate as 4-strand schools. So you would have 4 grade levels of kindergarten, 4 first, 4 second. Harrington and Byham right now, and actually Center and a few of the grade levels, are operating with 5. So we've already had to add what we consider like a bubble class to go through the school. Not at all grade levels, but at Harrington, most. I think there's only one grade level, I believe either second or third, that only has the 4 classes. The other grades already have the 5. And our class size at the elementary level is very good right now. It's in the low 20s, 21 to 23, I would say, are our averages. We just wouldn't have room to absorb, say, another 15 or 20 students without doing something enrollment-wise at the Harrington. I know they would be, sprinkled in over the development as it opened, but we also have just increasing enrollment from the rest of the town, not even just this development, that we have to contend with. So I'm just putting it out there to let you know I don't really have a solution for this right now. I know there are increased students coming in as a committee and administration. We're working on how we're going to address that, but we don't have a clear-cut answer for you. I think when we talked also just about what potential increased costs would be, yes, if you had 35 to 50 new students coming to a district and you had our class sizes, that would cost potentially a couple of additional teachers. I wouldn't know where, they would go based on what grade levels they're in, and obviously they're not going to transition the teacher one grade level to the next each year, so it's not like an even number. So that was a little bit hard to quantify. Again, I don't know what the typical norm is when you're doing these studies. When you just take a look at the total number of kids that would be coming into the district, yes, 2 to 3 teachers could teach 35 to 50 students. However, they're not all in the right place at the right time. And then the only one other additional cost that's kind of come up as we've been looking at this is under any scenario, whether they were districted to Harrington or districted to another school in the district, just because of proximity of West Campus, we are going to be having some transportation costs from that, because you couldn't have an elementary school student, even if you're within 2 miles, walk either through Drum Hill or walk around the back way to get there. So we are going to have some additional transportation costs. And certainly if we would have ever have the ability to rezone them to, say, Center or South Row as a hypothetical, your busing route would increase as well. So there is going to be a little bit of transportation cost to the district that we really won't know exactly what it's going to be until we get there. Our buses are pretty much at capacity now with our existing enrollment. That is something that we look at every year. And that is also just another issue that we deal with even outside of this development. Because of our increasing enrollment at the elementary level, that's a challenge of us. So happy to answer any questions, but just those are my kind of like on the overview type scenarios that came up.
And so there's a lot of scenarios where you're not going to have an answer, but are there thoughts about how to address this as part of this development agreement? Which is probably going to move faster than what the school committee is doing.
And I think part of the problem is, what you're talking about in terms of requests from the developer are really one-time payments rather than ongoing. And, a lot of these issues are going to be ongoing. And maybe the consultant can discuss, sort of from the fiscal impact study, how it actually would increase town revenue over that time that hopefully would offset any increase in school costs.
Do we have someone who can answer that?
Hi, it's Mark Fougier. I can certainly try to touch upon that. In the analysis, we just go where I say, sorry. Our conclusion on this development, the multifamily development, is tax positive. We're projecting revenues, gross revenues of $1,272,000, with costs ranging between $419,000 and $499,000 a year. So at no point during the phasing of this development is the community going to be in a negative situation as far as revenues versus costs. I met with the fire chief, the police chief on this, obviously met with the superintendent, and those are the 3 big areas of cost concerns, cost potential, with schools being the most direct and measurable compared to the police and fire, which are a little bit more soft on reality of occurring. So it's very tax positive, as most of these projects are, and throughout the life of it, no matter what the phasing is, it takes 3 or 4 years or longer, depending on the market and construction activity. It's my opinion that it's going to be positive from beginning to end. Thank you.
It feels like, well, ongoing.
Well, the only concern I had in reviewing the report is Mark, I didn't quite understand your cost basis for the vocational school costs, which seemed quite low, because we're being assessed over 20,000 per student for the vocational school, and if I remember right, your study had about a quarter of that cost in your analysis. But the other problem is facility costs. We just can't increase the schools linearly, and as this community knows, we just put modular classrooms on, and so I don't know what you do at Harrington in terms of space, but wherever it is, I mean, even if you net out $500,000 in gross revenue for a year, I mean, over a 20-year period, that's $10 million. I mean, that's not going to get us any kind of a school expansion facility in terms of the ability to put on modular or other type of classroom space. So I mean, it's great to throw out words of, oh, it's a revenue generator for the town, but it's not going to be if we don't have the physical space to put these students, particularly at the elementary level. I don't know like you said, I don't know what you do with that, what the community does at that case. If you just, as you said, if there's other pressures on growth, where these students go. And I think that's what Dr. Lang was speaking of.
Yes, and I've noted in the report that, the school capacity is something that's being reviewed by the school board, and as the doctor noted, they haven't come to a conclusion, and I think that issue needs to be addressed no matter what happens, even if this project wasn't to occur. Single-family homes, it's my understanding, are allowed there today as a right. They wouldn't have to go through this process, and if that got built, there'd be no oversight of that, and you get close to the same amount of impact. I'm not skirting the cost issue of capital costs associated with the schools. Obviously, that's there. It's something that the school board is looking at to try to address, to deal with existing growth within the community from your existing residential uses, never mind this project. Obviously, we are going to add to it. I was just pointing out that there's excess revenues I'm estimating from this project that is going to have revenues available to pay for a bond cost or whatever the cost may be. It doesn't solve the problem, obviously. They haven't really got their arms around exactly how to address it yet. Obviously, it's going to have to be addressed. But it's going to have to be addressed no matter what, even if this project doesn't go forward. As far as the vocational school, I was actually reviewing the report today, and you're correct. I did make a mistake on the cost of vocational school. It's closer to $18,000 a year, not $5,000. So you were correct on that.
Any other thoughts from the school committee, finance committee, anybody else?
I want to ask a question if I can.
Sure, come on up.
I'd like to ask what the phases are, when the anticipated completion of each phase is, and how many children would come into the system per phase. You said the project is 4 to 5 years for completion. So in year 1, what's the number of units that will be completed and fully occupied by that phase, and so on? What's the phasing?
I guess I would have to defer to Mark on that. I mean, I was just given, an idea of a timeline that occupancy of the units are estimated to begin the second quarter of 2024, with the entire complex fully leased by the end of 2025, which is 4 years out. So, half the students would be there by the end of 2024, and the full students by 2025. I guess that's simple math. But getting into exact detail on the phasing, I'd have to get back to you on that and talk to Mark as far as their timeline for construction and which units are going up first, et cetera, to give you a better idea on phasing. unless Mark, if you have any, an update on that.
Yeah, if I could, I'm just sketching out to make sure my thoughts are correctly iterated here. And actually, the schedule really kind of pushes out a little further. Right now, our current intent for the phasing of the project, and this is premised on, let's just say that this project is approved roughly January of '22, just to kind of create a baseline for the schedule. Between MEPA and other design requirements, we will be in the midst of design and engineering of this project for at least 12 to 15 months. So that would put us, best case, at January of '23, commencing construction, if not, call it later in the first quarter of '23. Right now, the phasing that we intend to do is we intend to build the two main buildings, the large four-story structures. They have our amenities and leasing offices in them, and those will be built, we think, 18 to 20 months to bring those online. So if you said January 23, then we're really talking about, call it June 24 for first units, as it were. We'll then be, once the foundations are underway, or complete for the main structures, we would then move over to the, what we're calling the 3 or 4 story structure, which we've now committed to a 3-story structure, and the townhomes. And those would come in, probably on a 6 to 12 month lag. So I think we'd have first units, and again, this is very approximate because we're working off kind of a loose schedule, in June 24. First units, and that would be about 240 units. But again, that's when we're leasing them. That doesn't mean that they all come online immediately. We expect our leasing to be in the range of 18 to 22 units per month. So the absorption for those two buildings would be about 10 months right there. We'll bring the other units online, on a, like I said, about a 6 month, maybe 6 to 9 month lag. So that would put full completion of the units, let's call it March of '25. And again, with our projected leasing velocity, we will not be fully leased in March '25. We'll still have a couple hundred units that will need to be leased up. So probably full occupancy, as Mark referred to it, really is more like January to March of '26.
Thank you. So Paul, I think you were the one that had also suggested we put this in here. Do you have some suggestions as to where we should go next with this?
Regarding the school children, or to?
Yeah, regarding the schools, and is it revenue positive? Is there something that you would want to see in here?
Like I said, the biggest impact is facility-wise. I don't know where I think it's difficult for me to foresee where the community is going to be in terms of facility-wise as you're looking towards 2025, 2026. I mean, I know the school committee's working with Dora Whittier to get an update on their facility needs and this whole issue of.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out, what is the next step here, by when, to determine whether there's something in this document or not. I'm struggling with that, so if anybody has any thoughts, I'd love to hear them.
So if the school committee's currently doing some sort of study with regards to, the needs for facilities, maybe that's something the applicant could contribute funding towards.
The studies?
Yeah, I mean, just real quick, we did have Dora Whittier, an architectural firm, come and work with us during 2015-16 because we wanted to put a short-term 10-year capital plan together for the schools, do a full assessment of our buildings, and we've actually done very good progress on that over the last 4 years. We also, at the same time, looked at a long-term school building project. So if we were ever going to entertain a major renovation, a new school building project in town, what should it be? So at that point in time, and we've come before the board several times, we had kind of decided to embark on a new high school project,
Yeah.
which then could help our two middle schools by potentially rolling them into the existing high school, for making the Parker be able to be another elementary school, and it was a long plan. Long story short, we haven't just been getting traction with the MSBA, largely because our high school is in very good shape. The town does a very good job maintaining it, and they award new projects based on need. So that's been a challenge for us. So we wanted to have Dawn Whittier come back in now 5 years later, take a look at our 10-year capital plan. Are we really doing what we said we were going to? Are we accomplishing what we wanted to? And also help us take another look at our longer-term plan. Does a high school still make sense? Should we reevaluate and be looking at a middle school or an elementary option or some kind of combination of the both? So that work is ongoing right now. They've actually been in the district for about a month and a half. We have another visioning session next Tuesday, actually, on that, and their work is going to come to completion right after the first of the year, sometime in the January timeframe. So they are also looking at our enrollment projections and trying to help us with that piece of it. For the long-term solution, again, that would be some type of a new building project. You're still talking, even once you get approved, like 5 to 8 years out before you actually get approved, you go through the whole process. So that's not going to help under any scenario in the short term. What's that?
It's beyond this timeline.
It's beyond this timeline. It's still going to help us as a community know where we're going, but it's not going to help for this particular project. I think when I was working over the summer, taking a look at the different scenarios, we were looking at it from the perspective of the West Campus property, of one way or the other if something went. If it was a larger development like this, or even if it was just single-family homes that they may not necessarily need all these different approvals for, it was still going to result in 35 to 50 kids potentially coming to the schools. And what do we do with those students as far as enrollment's concerned? And we're just not there yet. We just don't fully know what we would do, particularly if we had a concentrated group of kids coming from that one neighborhood as opposed to dispersed town-wide. So for the purposes of this agreement, I honestly don't know. I haven't seen one of these before where, we've had kind of these unknown questions. We don't know really what's going to be the long-term outcome that we're even going to explore. But we do have, not only because of this potential project, but we do know we have a little bit of a demand for extra space at the elementary level. So that is something as a district we have to work out in the relatively short term. I know that's probably not that helpful to you, but that's the scenario that we're dealing with.
I think the other thing that you said that has been said before is the impact to the school would be somewhat the same regardless of what kind of development goes in here.
Yeah, I mean, we just right now don't have students on that campus, right? So we don't have students coming really from that in quantity, that side of town, or that particular area of town. So one way or the other, we need the transportation infrastructure, but we also just need the classroom spaces for the students, and that's something that we have to work on, either way.
Jim Clancy in the Zoom room from the Finance Committee has a comment or a question.
And I'm sorry, Jay, I may have to have you come back up to the podium if you don't mind. As far as transportation is concerned, especially at the elementary level, do we know what the average transportation size of one bus might be currently?
Yeah, I mean, the annualized cost for a big bus is about 90 grand, so 90,000 per bus.
And then what's the capacity? What's the average ridership on one particular bus route?
An elementary bus, we'd have about 65 students, 60 to 65, with a capacity, it's like an 83 passenger bus. But you would never need more than one bus to pick up that particular development. But we would not be able to absorb them on existing runs.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
And then I heard that the adjustment, because one of my questions, concerns was the evaluation placed on the technical school, the high school, for the ascending cost. So that'll be adjusted. Okay, excellent.
Yes, I'll take care of that, Mr. Clancy. I'll update the report, yes.
Thank you. And then as far as the cost per salary increase, we're talking about one to three new students potentially. Teachers potentially. And again, it's a very squishy number that we're dealing with because we're looking at a 35 to 49 range of new students potentially there. possibly 1 to 3 teachers. The salary figure that was used, did that include benefits that are covered by the town and also other post-employment benefits that are factored in as well?
I believe, and obviously I met with the superintendent, the intent was to include benefits, and I believe they were, but I'll defer to the superintendent. I believe at 80,000, that included benefits.
Yeah, sorry, Jim, that did include the, like an average salary and benefit package of staff, so that was included. Again, it's just hard to indicate or dictate like which grade levels or which schools we would even need that additional staffing at. It was more just taking a look at the total head count and figuring out, how many teachers would, just to try to tie some cost to it, how many teachers would be necessary to teach those number of students.
Of course,
so
I know.
salary and benefits included, yes. As an average, OPEB, no.
Got it. And then as far as the door warrior study, I know initially the discussion had been, in the application has been for a new high school for the last few years, although we've been turned down because, quite frankly, we take too good of care of our schools. Right. In that discussion, I know in the further kind of plan that was put together and reviewed was having the high school possibly serve as a joint middle school and Parker coming online as an elementary school. And I know we're way down the road on as far as that concerned, and I know that you're reviewing again with Door Radio now. But do we know what kind of shift that would create if Parker were to come online as a elementary school? Far in the future. This is a very aspirational discussion, but just trying to get a feel for potential remedies.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I guess, what we're struggling with now. The high school, what we're trying to do is really figure out if we were going to try to get the town behind one project and not have to do a series of different projects, what could we do in one fell swoop that would really impact the town? So if we did build one new high school, and then we were able to consolidate the 2 middle schools into the existing high school property, which is really the town's newest building, and it is in very good shape, which is hampering our application, ironically. That then would free up McCarthy and Parker. It would most likely make sense that McCarthy would come offline because you would likely build your new high school right on, the name's escaping me, Graniteville? Graniteville, and then you'd need field space back, so you would take McCarthy down and create a very nice complex on that side, and that then leaves Parker to be available to, say, be a 5th elementary school. So we would obviously at that point in time have to go through redistricting and rezoning, but you would have 5 schools at the elementary level, and that would take your burden off the town, so in one project to be able to do that. The issue that we're having is when you apply to the MSBA for a major project, you have to identify your priority school for the application. So if you want to potentially do a high school project, you have to identify the high school as your building. So they're comparing our existing high school to every other high school that's applying for funding, and our high school is in far better shape than any other school that we're going up against. And if I were them too, yes, I can't even argue that these other schools aren't worse off shape. But the problem is we can't even get to the conversation because we can't get by our high school being in good shape to potentially make the argument that really this is not only solving the high school, but the 2 middle and the elementary schools issues. That's why we have Doran Whittier back in to kind of help us figure out, is there a different strategy we could be doing to try to make that argument, or is that argument just not going to work? And if we do eventually want a new school building project, do we need to shift and think about identifying a different school as a priority project? That's all the work that's underway right now. It just happens to be on the heels and in the middle of everything else going on with the West Campus property.
So, Dr. Lang, do you have any thoughts on my previous question in terms of, is there a point on this timeline that we can get to that says here's something that might make sense in terms of the development agreement, or we don't feel we need something in here in terms of the development agreement? Because
I've honestly never been involved with one of these development agreements before, so I don't know what is typically in there for like educational purposes. I just know between like our timeline is what's that?
That's 2 of us. Then.
There's other agreements I'm very familiar with. This is one of the first I've dealt with on this. I think I would have a better frame of reference after we, kind of got a little deeper into the Doran Whittier study and even started looking at different options. But a lot of their long-term options, in all honesty, are going to be 5 to 10 years out. So
outside
it's
the
not
time
really
frame.
going to overly help this. We as a district, regardless of the long-term plan, do have to figure out short-term, because we still, whether this project happens in whatever form, we're still going to have additional elementary kids coming into the district, and we're going to need additional space. So we do still need to hammer that out, but we're just not there yet.
Is Harrington, or is there one school or another that's in the worst shape outside of this particular project?
You mean enrollment-wise?
Yeah, as you're starting to look at enrollment within the town?
The only school that actually has a little bit of capacity is South Row. I was actually surprised. It used to be South Row and Center. Byham and Harrington were always pretty well subscribed. They had multiple bubble sections in those classes. Center actually added 3 over the last year, so we really did see a little bit of an uptick there. For the first time ever, South Row had to go to 5 sections of kindergarten last year, and that was during the pandemic year, which was a little unusual. They've just traditionally always had 4, and they've had very reasonable on the lower end class sizes. So the only school we really have a little capacity with is South Row. However, that is our smallest building too. It is maxed out, and we don't have the capacity to go to 2 or 3 even bubble classes. It was a stretch to get the 1 in. So there's just, because if I did have capacity, say at, Center, you could just district this development and actually just transport the students to Center and have them be part of that community. We just don't have that, that space.
Jim Clancy, did you want to say something else, or your hand's still up?
Oh,
No, you just forgot. Just checking.
Arm's getting tired.
I'm sure I could add something, but I'll lower my hand.
So, Madam Chair, I go back to my previous question, is whether or not a contribution from the applicant towards any of these studies that need to be ongoing, would be appropriate in this instance.
Mark, is that something you'd be receptive to looking at?
We would absolutely be receptive to looking at that. I think we need to understand the scope and the timing to be more committal.
Okay.
And it may be that, in terms of the school impacts, is the
Right,
best that we can do.
it's the best we can do right now.
Right.
Any other thoughts, Pat?
No, I think it's going to just come down to some kind of impact fee, because obviously, we're not going to know exactly what's needed.
Right. George?
I feel the same way.
Mark?
Yeah.
Anyone else from the boards and committees? Dr. Lang?
Sorry, me again, I'll be real quick. Not to ever not want to take help for a project we're paying for. We actually already have our existing study, paid for. We're using some of our ESSER funds to be able to help pay for that study. Depending on the outcome of that, there might be certain ideas that they identify as potentials to look into. That might be more appropriate if the group was willing to look into that. There might be an outcome that says, we realize that there's an issue with your elementary enrollment, and we really do need to identify over the next 1 to 3 years additional space or configurations or whatever that might result in like a follow-up study. That might even be more real estate directed as opposed to others. So there might be an opportunity for some help along those lines.
So it could be dollars toward impact assessments, not necessarily this one
I
particular
don't really
study
need the help
that's
right
already
now
ongoing.
for this one
Yeah.
study, but it could be something as an offshoot of it.
Okay.
Just
Yeah,
to put
although
that
you
out
have
there.
to, this is like within months or weeks, or
Right.
even less than that. We can't wait.
Well,
no, but we can take a stab at.
We're right,
Right,
sure.
and you can come up with a figure.
Yeah,
And.
right, that's what I
and
mean,
have
like an
that put
impact
into,
fee, yeah.
an account, and when
Yep.
the school department is ready to actually access it and do those studies, it's there for them.
Right.
So Attorney Haverty, you can help work
Yes.
that language in there? Okay, anything else from your side, Mark? Trammell Crow, Mark?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Paragraph 8 is the conservation restriction, which is currently blank. And we do have 3 members of the Conservation
Oh, do they
Commission
wanna speak first?
participating. No, you can go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, again, this was an item that was brought up for discussion, and you asked us to kind of come back with some thoughts. The challenges that we are trying to balance in creating some open space and some positive benefits for the immediate abutters as well as the town more broadly are balancing issues like allowing public access onto private property and liability issues, which is frankly is a concern that we've often come across when this request is made. Further, we've received comment from abutters about the concerns of having parking in private ways, you being used to access these spaces, and that's a fairly significant concern of the abutters. The idea that we like to explore and we think creates value but also addresses some of these concerns is placing a conservation restriction on the wetlands in the front of the parcel, the roughly 11 or 12 acres, and really designate that as a wildlife preserve. So it's an area that's protected. It's an area that can't be touched. And frankly, based on some conversations I've had with people in town, it's unique in that there is not a piece of land of this size that could be used for flyover birds. I mean, it's a preserve. The idea is that it's there to allow nature to grow unheeded and uninterfered with. Is it possible that we can, on the property, do a viewing station from a distance or something? Yeah, I think that's something we'd like to explore, but I don't know that we pinned it down. But I was on the site recently, and there were quite a few ducks on the pond, and there was quite a bit of life there, and it would be nice to set that aside to allow that to continue in a healthy ecosystem. So that was the thought that we wanted to propose. Obviously, it requires some involvement of the Conservation Commission as well. But
Okay, do we have any comments?
Madam Chair, good evening, everyone. Chris Garahan, Chelmsford Conservation Commission. The commissioners, myself, we've been out on the site. We've done a rather extensive walk of the site. It's got a lot of conservation value out there. I mean, there's a lot there. There's a lot for us to work with. So I think in partnership, I think we could really enhance some of those conservation values as far as wildlife. It's a beautiful site. A few thoughts that we had, and I've got Mr. Vines, present with me, and Mr. McLaughlin is online tonight as well. They can share their thoughts. But the site itself could use some restoration of the values out there. There's the bittersweets somewhat out of control. The poison ivy area is out of control. So we have some invasives. So there is an issue. I think there's an opportunity for restoration, and we could restore it with some native plant species out there, and I think enhance the values of that property. That's something for us to consider, I think, in our planning activities. But it really is, it really is a nice site. And if we could look at the option, certainly a conservation restriction, a CR on the property might be a very good thing to consider, and that might help make the property even better for the future. So just some of my thoughts that I'd like to share.
Thank you. And is that something you'd be receptive to, Mark?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we've walked the site, noted the bittersweet, and frankly, it seems like now would be the time to attack the bittersweet, to loosen it up with non-mechanical means, which I believe are allowable in wetland areas. So we've actually kind of had conversations about that. Certainly scoping out what the restoration is would be some work with the Conservation Commission. We've done that on other projects, so we're very amenable to exploring that.
Okay, thank you. Any other thoughts, Paul?
Well, I think a couple thoughts. If it were a conservation preserve or restriction, then what's the maintenance plan over time to preserve we've all seen it. You go out, you attack the invasives, and then 5 years, whatever period or after, you've got the back and everything else is gone. So I don't know what the plan would be or the agreement would be in terms of maintenance of the preserve, because one time I heard they were just never going to touch it, and the other one is going to be, well, we're going to go in and address invasive, so I'm not quite sure.
Well, Mr. Coleman, I've learned a lot more about this in the past couple of weeks, so I might probably make a mistake, but if it's non-mechanical actions, like addressing the invasives, you can do that without explicit permission from the Concom. Is that correct? I just want to make sure I'm not misspeaking.
You still have to get.
You need to come to the microphone, I'm sorry.
There still would be some sort of permitting involved if we were working within the jurisdictional issues. But I think there'd be support from the commission for something like that. But it still would be permitting that have to be involved. Okay.
And so we already had a conversation with a group that could assist us in attacking the invasives. And And so you're correct, maintenance is a big part of this. There's an initial effort, which we would incur the cost for. And then maintenance, it's still our land, so the ongoing annual maintenance to keep the invasives back is part of our responsibilities. And I guess if it gave the town more comfort, we could probably arrive on an annual value that has to be expended. Frankly, the numbers that we heard were not terribly large or, concerning as part of our operating expense budgets.
Okay.
David has his hand.
David McLaughlin? You're muted, Dave.
I'd like to ask Trammell Crow, do you know what impact the condo development across the street would have on that wetland area?
I cannot answer that question. I do not know. I'm looking at a site map right now, and it looks like in that particular area, the edge of the northern edge of Princeton Road that is on the face of the Glenview development is on the edge of the 50-foot no-build. So I would say that it looks like...
No, the reason I asked the question is the street runoff from that property, I think, will probably end up in that wetland area across the street. The good news is that the water that's coming off of the Glenview property is going to be much better treated than it has been historically. Also, the good news is it might create more water and wetland in that conservation area. Right now, when you look at that area, there are two small ponds adjoined by wetlands. It's not one big pond. And so I think there is an opportunity to have a variety of wildlife there in an area that's going to be the size that you've described it. Second point I'd like to make is over time you might be able to get a small homeowners association in the project that would help you take a look and maintain that property so it would not have to be necessarily done professionally. We've got a very good homeowners association out of Hart Pond that has operated for a number of years. We've had homeowners associations in other areas. I like that idea because it involves citizens in conservation, even if it's only 10 or 12 people. As you said, it's not going to take a lot to maintain that site, particularly if there's no high volume of activity there, and if you don't have a lot of trails around it. I mean, if it's going to be for wildlife, there's no need to have a lot of trails. You might want to have a few spots where you can put benches and people could maybe sit and take a look at the area. I agree, I don't think we want to allow the general public in there because of the traffic considerations and the need for parking. I think the idea to improve it under the conservation aegis is a good idea.
And thank you. And to just kind of expand a little bit on that, I've had conversations with a couple of butters on Whiteman and Princeton Road who've expressed strong interest in being involved in the wetlands in helping either maintain them or be involved in whatever restoration recovery methods are deemed appropriate. So there is interest from our neighbors to really help us make this area look better and operate better.
That's good. I mean, we have an organization in town called the Chelmsford Open Space Stewards who assist in the Conservation Commission in maintaining most of our reservations. It's a pretty active group. We've done a lot of good work over time. We can obviously talk to them, and here it's a function of what people resources they have.
Yes, and I walked the site with Philip Stanway and some of the Meadowwood abutters recently. So that kind of was the germination of this idea.
Thank you. Any other comments? Pat? George? Mark?
No.
Any from the committees? Okay, so I think did you have another comment?
Just a closing concern, because I was the one who
Ask the way you're looking at me.
No, but I understand what's being said, and the concern is, but I think my concern is, and if you remember, I raised this issue about having a recreational type of amenity, a walking trail where people could walk dogs or, take a nature view, whatever. I guess the concern that I have is in that general vicinity, you're now going to add, 350 units, so let's say 1,000 people at the end of the day. And then you've also got a neighborhood that really doesn't have parkland and open space. And I think I don't know how to, maybe it isn't attainable unless there's, and I don't really see in terms of that site plan where you could do it. But I think I think the concern I have is there really isn't an open space recreational type of amenity provided. Because on the site, they talk about a playground for children, but I mean, you're talking 1,000 residents plus all the people, the neighborhoods on Princeton and Whiteman, all the other streets, but there really isn't an open space type of area that, and I think that's sort of why I was getting at early on about, well, gee, is there a way people could get onto the property in the vicinity of not to impede the wetlands or impede the buffer zone or whatever, but if there's just some type of an amenity that, but it just doesn't seem that it's coming together.
It sounds like that's something that would require further discussion with the Conservation Commission, because what I heard from the commissioners was like hold back on.
Right, but I'm talking
access.
outside of the buffer zone, outside of the wetland areas. It just,
okay.
There isn't an open space, park or amenity or field or, you know what I'm saying, or dog, it just seems like there's, if you're in that neighborhood now, what you're seeing is a lot of.
Years ago, that pond used to be much, much larger. I don't know if it still potentially is or whatever. I don't know how. But it was, I don't even know if there's a pond there right now.
I guess, again, we're talking adding 1,000 residents plus the neighborhood in there, and there really isn't a recreational type of amenity in terms of open space.
Mark, were you going to say something?
Mr. Cohen, you've mentioned this for a long time, and we've really tried to figure out how to make it work. I think the challenge continues to be that finding a way for members of the public to come on a private property and not have issues with liability, but, I don't know what that answer is.
But you're allowing it for the Meadowbrook people, right? I mean, are you providing some easement or some access?
That is an easement for land that they've historically used.
And how do they use that land?
They park trucks on it, and they maintain it. So they put plantings, and I think seasonal plantings, so a couple times a year. And actually, there was a historic use that, I don't know that we were aware of. We were made aware of it, when we started these conversations. I think it's reasonable. The easement itself will, I would think, and I'd defer to our counsel, have provisions for liability issues.
Okay.
So, implicit in those easements is that they will assume responsibility for things that happen when they're on our land. I don't know that we can broadly do that across the general public in other spots. The other challenge, frankly, sorry if I'm pointing ahead, is the topography of the site. Really doesn't, as we've kind of said all along, all the sites that have been disturbed by buildings historically, those are the areas we're disturbing, and we're really trying not to touch anything further. The area that I would call, and to give people reference, the western corner of the parcel, which is the intersection of Augusta Way and Princeton Road, has a lot of topography, a lot of ledge, and also a lot of mature, very healthy trees. And so we've gone, to great lengths not to touch that, because number one, it's quite expensive, and number two, it's a wonderful existing buffer for the Windermere and Meadowwood residents, as well as those on that part across the street from Princeton. They're just, again, when you look at the site and you look at the amount of land, inclusive of the wetlands and the buffers, it is 11, 12 acres. It's just a big chunk of the land that doesn't leave a lot left over.
So let's go back even to the 1,000 people who are going to live there.
Yeah.
Aside from taking a walk in the parking lot or on the sidewalk, what's their open space opportunities on site?
Sure. Well, I mean, there is a dog park, there are amenity areas in the sort of atriums of the structures, and that's where we see most of our residents being active. They're at the pool, they're at the barbecue areas, they're at the grills. We've talked about programming bocce and cornhole and stuff like that. Those are things that will be programmed in the areas. And that's been successful. Yeah, we're heavily incented to make sure that our residents are having the experience they want and putting the amenities they want. And this is what we found they want. That isn't to say that other amenities, like a larger open field or something, would not be desirable, but they're not items that would invalidate our homes from consideration. We rent them well with the amenities we provide them with. Which isn't to say that additional amenities wouldn't be great, but they don't deter renting. They don't deter the living experience of the residents.
Any other comments on this topic? Paul, you're not happy with that?
No, I just wonder if years from now, we'll look back at these projects and say, what were we thinking in terms of that there's, people, I mean, you're going to see people out jogging. I mean, you're going to see people walking. I don't know where they're going to go. And like you said, to put them on Princeton Street, I'm not sure that's the best solution given what's out there. But I can appreciate that there's no readily achievable, clearly evident solution. But I don't know.
I just have a question for the board. We did not invite the new Energy and Sustainability Committee to this meeting, but I see that Badri has his hand raised as the chair of that committee. If he's here to speak in that capacity, are you okay with that? Badri, are you here in that capacity? Because this is not a public input session.
I wanted to.
I need you to give your name for the record, put an address.
Yes, my name is Badri Upadhyay 5 Church Lane. I am the chair of the Clean Energy and Sustainability Committee. I am speaking as part of the CES committee that just got formed and kickstarted about 2 weeks ago. I want to just highlight the general framework issue that maybe we are considering as the town has adopted a resolution to go to net zero in 2050. I just want to highlight that whatever development activity happens and whatever the framework of the agreement and the actual development activities take place, that there be some form of cognizance towards reaching net zero impact for this development, because this development at least has a useful life, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm assuming 30 to 50-year lifetimes at the very minimum. So we don't have framework policies at this point to guide the developer at this point, but we're happy to engage in fruitful discussions that will allow the town to be able to, depending on the appropriate approvals from the town, but we would be happy to, at the relevant stages, give inputs or also to have the select board or the planning board and others to consider the broader sense of sustainability and net zero goals in the approvals of specifics for this particular project. So I just wanted to highlight that. No specific adds or removes at this point of this development agreement just because of the timing of the issue. But I wanted to highlight that as a aspect that should be under consideration, and the details are managed out much more.
Thank you, Badri.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Go ahead, Mark.
We had gone to item 8.
Well, yeah, I was just on this one. Are there any other comments on item 8, I guess is what I should say. Oh, Kathy Duffett?
Hi, thank you. I just have
Can you just introduce yourself for our recording secretary, please?
certainly, Kathy Duffett, 47 Thomas Drive, Chelmsford. My question is, what is the difference in our base? I'm sorry if I'm kind of thinking my question through as I'm asking. So if you had, was it 24 or 32 single-family homes? I forget the number. But
22.
22 single-family homes.
That's what they used in the
What is the actual, say they were all $800,000 homes versus this setup? How does that change our total property value going forward as far as a percentage increase? Like, so the value of the property as presented versus the value of the property to our total property value with the single-family homes. I mean, would the single-family homes appreciate over time and be more beneficial to us as a community than this scenario? Is basically my thought process here. Because you're going to have the same number of students one way or the other. Is there someone who could address that general topic?
I think what I'll first do is see if our consultant, Mark Fougere, is still available, because he did look at the Azure. He isn't. Okay, that's unfortunate. I apologize. I do not have a copy of the fiscal report. It is available on the website, so.
She has it if you know where to refer her to.
I apologize, I didn't bring it with me. I do know that broadly speaking, the net economic benefits of our proposed project greatly outweigh the economic benefits or the tax positive benefits of the single-family home development.
Thank you. I did read, I believe I read the most recent report, but that, even having read that question is still lingering in my mind, both the long-term benefits to the town.
I would tell you that, broadly speaking, and I'll defer to town administration and others, as assets, our asset increasing in value, it may or may not increase in value in lockstep with a bunch of single-family homes at $800,000, but at no time would the valuation and the mill rates for the 22 single-family homes come anywhere near the amount of real estate tax revenues derived by our project. And I mean, nowhere near. So no matter what appreciation would occur over time on those single-family homes, they would not get anywhere near the value implicit in our project. And that's, I mean, I'm assuming the same mill rate for all, both sites, or both possible projects. And I see Mr. Cohen's nodding his head, so.
That's correct. I mean, think about it, Kathy, most of the units are studio and one-bedroom type of units. You're talking 350-plus units total. You start looking at the market value. It's kind of like if you took a single-family home and you could keep dividing it into apartments and so forth, duplex, triplex, 4 units. What you're seeing people doing in terms of places like Cambridge and other communities, your value is in the multiplicity of living units as opposed to the value of a large single-family home.
Jim Clancy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess piggybacking on that comment discussion, talking about the value that's being generated in tax revenue by the property versus 21 single-family houses there. And forgive me, I maybe I missed it in the report. I'll have to take a look at it again. Is there any kind of discussion about the impact on the residences around that area, the economic impact on the value of the property, and how they'll appreciate the general area based upon a 400-unit building going in versus 21 single-family residences.
Mr. Clancy, that was not addressed in the report, so we can't speak to that. We must keep in mind that this was a very active, somewhat dense site traditionally, so you could argue that some of the impacts that may or may not occur against a home's valuation abutting the property have already been incurred because of its proximity to UMass Lowell prior and for years. So I would argue that that some of that has already occurred. I could direct you to a paper that came out of MIT's Housing Affordability Initiative circa, I think, 2008. It looked at a handful of very, very contentious 40B projects in eastern Massachusetts. It controlled the housing values for the broad town versus the housing values for immediately abutting properties, and it found that the immediately abutting properties stayed even with the broader home value indices, or in fact were slightly better. Now that's old data, but it's data that's out there, and it's good data. I was involved in it, by the way, so I should probably reveal that.
Thank you. Come on up.
Sam Chase, 5 River Meadow Drive. I'm a member of the Finance Committee, but I'm also on the Board of Assessors. And to answer Kathy Duffett's first question, the delta, as if I understand the numbers that were presented, the delta in tax revenue, the units versus the homes would be about $1 million a year, positive cash on the development versus the houses. So that's question number one. Question number two, what you just heard is accurate in terms of the impact on real estate values. That's what the studies show, and that's what our own data in town shows with regard to appreciation or depreciation when these new units come in as it affects the surrounding single-family homes.
And I would think the most recent one would be the Kinlock.
Correct.
I don't think we've seen any, I'm not aware of any depreciation of
No, you're absolutely right.
property owners from that massive
That's
development.
correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, are there any comments on section 9? Actually, I had a question. Is this the paragraph that, you know, if Trammell Crow sells the development, that what's the terms of this agreement that have some longevity still apply to its successor? Is that how I read this? Because that was one of my questions.
Yes, Madam Chair, that's correct. That's the binding effect provision that ensures that any successor entitled to Trammell Crow will fulfill the same obligations Trammell Crow is committing to today.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions on 9? Section 10 amendments. Section 11, no waiver. Section 12, agreement benefits town. Section 13, applicable law. And Section 14, term of agreement. Okay, are there any other comments? So the next step here, Paul, is you'll work with Trammell Crow on the next revision?
Yes.
So our meetings, Mark, for your benefit, our meetings in November are the 15th and the 29th. So whenever you think you can have it ready, we're happy to put you back on the agenda.
Thank you. I think we will tentatively be requesting the 15th.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And thank you, everyone, for staying with us so late. If there's nothing else, I'll move on to the next agenda item. If somebody could get Ken to come back in. And Mark, you guys are welcome to leave.
I think we will.
How about me, Madam Chair?
You still need me for anything?
Sure, you can leave. Did Ken survive out there? Is he still here?
Yeah, he was awake, too.
Okay, just for the record, Board Member LaFave is rejoining the meeting.
Okay.
The next agenda item is meeting minutes. We have an announcement on determination of releasability of executive session minutes. Mark, do you want to read that one off?
Sure. Minutes not for release, September 7, 2021, segments 1 and 2. October 4th, 2021, segment 1, 2, and 3. As well as select board.
No, that's
just
a different
those, yeah.
agenda. Thank you.
Just go that far.
Okay, so the next is the approval of the select board work session minutes from August 2nd of 2021.
I'll make a motion to approve the Select Board work session minutes from August 2nd, 2021.
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
George wasn't here for that.
Oh, George, are you abstaining? Sorry. So 4-0 and 1 abstention. Thank you, Pat. And that brings us to liaison reports and referrals. You want to kick us off, Pat?
I just had just one tonight. Len Olenchek, who I think everybody at this board knows very well, passed away at the end of last week. He's definitely going to be missed. He was a longtime member of the Commission on Disabilities, ADA coordinator, and he was also a town meeting representative, so he's going to be missed. That's all I have.
Okay, George?
I was going to mention Len. I mean, obviously, everybody will. I mean, it was around. He was a classmate of mine in high school, and we worked at the senior center. He was the chairman of the advisory board up there for 2 or 3 years, and he did a lot of work. He's a craftsman as well, and he did a lot of work. He built the deck, and he did saved a lot of money for the construction and things like that. But he had a heart. He just loved to help people. He was a great guy, and unfortunately he got sick. And
Thank you. Mark?
we'll miss him.
I'm sorry. Did you have anything else, George?
No,
I didn't mean
I'm
to cut
sorry.
you off. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
No.
Ken?
I just had one question from a resident that had to do with solar panels, and if we had ever, and maybe we can give this to the climate committee, but I thought, did we have a look at all the roofs that the town owned for solar panels at one point?
Yeah.
He was asking about the DPW. He was at the chemical drop-off, and he was asking about that building in the back, if there were panels on that.
We did the DPW building itself. Are you talking?
Down in the back where they do the chemical drop-off, there's like
The salt shed?
I guess. But,
I can check.
yeah, anyways. I said I'd ask him, so other than that, I don't have.
I just have a couple. The capital planning process has started, and the meetings are, John Sousa's planning meetings at 7 p.m. on November 18th, December 2nd, and December 9th, with December 16th as a backup. And those will be broadcast by Chelmsford Telemedia. Also, for the school committee, they will be having their second facilities input session on November 9th at 6 p.m. at the Elks to discuss the present and future of the school facilities. So if you would like to provide input to that process, please join them on the 9th. I just had one other question, Paul, that I meant to bring up during our earlier discussion. As long as we're going to the 15th on the aggregate, is there a way to just let some of the other people who abut that facility in general know about the public hearing, or is that not something we need to do?
Like, how far do you want to go? I mean, because it was, the concern I saw was let everybody in mobile home park know?
If you just look at, so they just said 18 Oak Street, right? So if you look at the property, the whole operation, there's more abutters to the entire operation, are there not?
I don't know. I can look.
It was just a thought that I had. I meant to bring it up because I know it was a concern someone had raised. Or maybe, it's probably, is it posted on the homepage already and getting pushed out? Is it
Yeah,
public?
I believe the notice is out there on the homepage about the license hearing.
We could double check, because that would get the message out
Yeah, I
there
thought
too.
Paul looked at that too, didn't, from a legal standpoint at least.
From legal, you didn't have to do it.
You
but
don't
he
have
said
to,
you-
but he said it would be the nice thing to do if you could.
I get that. Could we get, I totally get that. But would that come into an issue with us on other applications or other situations?
only because-
We've reached beyond what's
Okay,
legally required
okay.
before.
Well, that's fine then. I'm all for it then.
Yeah, I just have to see what it is. I mean, in the abstract, it sounds fine. I just don't know what it would entail if, because in terms of numbers, you start moving it to multifamily, whether it's Kensington
Well,
Apartments
At
or
minimum, we could just at
mobile home
least
park.
verify that it
Right.
got on the homepage and pushed out,
Okay.
right? Because that's the mechanism for pushing it out to the social media,
Okay.
is that the public hearing will be continued.
Okay.
Just a thought. That's all I have. Are there, I don't see any press.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second the motion.
It's 10:03 PM. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0.